Welcome to today's presentation of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, our ongoing effort to record everything we can in Mario Maker 1 before the servers shut down 2 months from now on the 8th of April. We've got a new maker lined up today. This is John, better known as Tetrapteryx, who also publishes as 4 Wings in Maker 2 due to the character limit for usernames in Maker 2. And he's a specialist in the art of the Mega Puzzle. People may remember the Yoshi Not Ridden, as well as the massive Zelda puzzles, A Link to the Past puzzle in Maker 2 in the Years of Mario Maker projects there. We previously covered his contributions to 2 and 3 YMM, as well as a couple of other later creations, including the one that seems to be the Maker's personal favorite, which is The Return of Ichigo Mole. Very satisfying to get the secret exit there back when we covered it. We do still have those recordings kicking around, and we'll be looking at everything else to fill out the list over, well, we don't know how many streams, but we'll see. So we're going to dial the clock back all the way to 2015 and track the evolution of his style, beginning with the Cave of Enigmas. Now, when Tetrapteryx heard that I was going to be running his levels in this series, he pointed out one thing about this level that he thought was notable, which was that this was actually a level drafted on paper before the release of Mario Maker 1 in September 2015, and just based on pre-release information such as trailers, images, etc. about what would be available in the toolset of the game. And that it was originally designed to be a vertical level, but because vertical subworlds were not possible in Maker 1, the concept was kind of refitted into what we're going to look at today, released slightly over a month into the lifetime of Mario Maker 1. Welcome, Luca. Anyway, we don't know how long these will take. Even the record times, as we would expect, are going to be several minutes, and will probably take much longer than that as we navigate. However, I think this is still before the first checkpoint patch, which was late October 2015. So we know at least that it's a realistic expectation to get it down within 500 seconds. Or is it? Let's find out. As always, let me know if everything is working on the production side in terms of sound and image, but our task is to find the exit. Now, you got the sub 1% clear rate on this, which tells me that maybe it's something that's meant to be navigated multiple times over many attempts, especially if we don't hit this shell accurately. But let's go down, and oh, there's a pipe already. So yeah, I mean, lots of pipes to check all over the place, obviously. Looks like we would need a shell over here, but we don't have a shell that's kickable from this position. I think likely you would need a P-switch that is activated in this location, or some way to wrap up here from down below. We are going to check this pipe one more time, just in case I did not scrutinize it carefully. And we're going to remember this and try to come back later. I'm glad I'm playing something like this at the beginning of the stream, because memory becomes a problem much later. And yeah, Luca, I'm glad everything seems fine. I hope also that progress on the Super World is coming along nicely. You're quite welcome to delay its release until April, because I'm so busy with Maker 1 until then, but of course we'll be very glad to look at it when the time comes. I see that we're probably supposed to... Yep, go up here, good. Kick. And then this will break open this pipe, as well as the passageway down there. P-switch. I actually didn't realize it was a P-switch, we just stepped on it for no good reason, but... And then it drops to Goombas. Yeah, it looks like there will be something to do up here with the P-switch. Eventually. Possibly... Well, it's Maker 1, we're not going to carry any items here, but... Possibly if you have a boot. Or maybe, again, this is a passageway that we have to navigate from the other side. Anyway, once you've cleared this passageway, you can come up here. We didn't actually check the pipe under the P. We'll come up here. and see if the P progresses anything in this location. Oh, this is actually further up in the same location, except of course we missed a pipe, so I couldn't check it, but we can always check it again later. This is a vine. Tetrapteryx, welcome. Yes, we said at the beginning of the level that this was something that was drafted on paper and originally planned around a vertical design. We did make a note of that, so... Anyway, let's see here, and welcome. I'm guessing this is a bit of a blast from the past for you, but if you have any other maker notes to share along the way, please do. Alright, now if we're big here, we can't actually get into the slot either way due to the minimum distance. Let's check more pipes. Again, it's likely that we'll just have to come back up here at some point. Oh, lost a mushroom, that's okay. It's just a one-up location. Again, looking at what else the P-switch can resolve for us later on, I think if we open this up, for instance, that's... Actually, we just need to get back here with a P-switch, perhaps. But let's check every pipe just in case. Because we do know that some pipes will indeed be entrances. We do have to engage in a tiny bit of guesswork here. Once again, we didn't check the pipe that is high above this piranha here, but it looks like we're kind of locked in this position for the time being. Now, we don't know at this point if there are locks in this level that would expect you to start over, but I think we just kick this and we're okay. I'm pretty sure that it's not going to be the case. And that, yeah, this is designed carefully such that Mario cannot actually progress into this side. So instead, we're going to drop the shell, not run into it, and then knock this down on this side, and then this is going to open up on this end here before dispensing the shell. And Luca, you can't check Maker 1 because your gamepad doesn't want to recharge instead. Even if... Whoops. I was looking at chat death. Even if you keep it plugged in. I mean, I would expect there to be some battery decay over time. I actually don't know how long mine lasts nowadays, although I do know that my 3DS battery has pretty much gone kaput. So yeah, whenever I played on the 3DS nowadays, I pretty much have to keep it plugged in because the battery dies in less than half an hour. And I should just get a replacement, but I do have a stripped screw at the back of my 3DS casing, which I also don't want to mess with too much because it was a special edition 3DS. And yeah, because I have to replace the control stick on this thing, and there's so much I had to do with it. Oh yeah, we missed a mushroom at the beginning. Oh. That's okay, we know where to get more. Get my P-switch over here. Oh. You know, I was about to just try to jump on that so we can clear the passage to the right. No real point in doing that, though, if we can't get up there. Yeah, no, I would assume that the solution is something fair. But we did already know from early in the level that it's worth just checking pipes, like this one. Because you would scout certain locations ahead that you wouldn't necessarily see. So, you know, we're just figuring out the maze as we go. It's a fairly nondescript pipe, but on the other hand, it's something that I'm kind of likely to check, right? So we will check either way. Yeah, I keep my gamepad plugged in nowadays anyway, so I actually have no idea how bad the battery is on it nowadays. And let's see here. It's kind of a silly thing to say in 2024, but I have been thinking for a long time about just investing in the Wii U Pro Controller, which has this legendary 80-hour battery life or something that I always heard people talk about. But because it's based on the old D input, like, it's not really that useful for anything other than the Wii U unless you have an adapter, and so... What do we even do here before? Oh yes, we wrapped around the other side. That's right. With the P-switch. I know this from the previous attempt, so... Whoop. But I actually have been thinking about just picking up the Wii U Pro Controller, not even necessarily for this game, but because I still have enough of a back catalog that, you know, it's not a bad idea to hedge against gamepad failure in some way. Bonafide Pirate, welcome. You bought 4 Wii U Pro controllers and they're still your favorite controllers. Yeah, I remember handling one and I was really impressed with how lightweight it was, which, you know, as someone who plays with the Super Nintendo controller most of the time, I'm not really that keen on controllers that are too bulky. And I don't really necessarily need grip handles or anything on them, so. But even so, with the Wii U controller, that for a grip controller, it always felt remarkably lightweight, and that was something that wasn't very common. Get a Magic NS adapter and it'll work on Switch or PC or whatever. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Hey, look at that. This is something we've seen in several Maker 1 levels, where you're still entitled to this low probability lanky mushrooms that occasionally just breaks designs, although we always find creative ways to mysteriously lose it. Pretty sure it's... Yeah, we saw earlier that it was just a regular mushroom. This is not an intentional lanky mushroom. But it does mean we get to treat ourselves to just enjoying low probability for a moment to see if we can do anything out of order and sequence break a little bit. And... yeah. Just trying to sneak in here, can we? No, it doesn't really go. Not really gauging height very well there, but that's okay. Yeah, so there's something to the left over here. Possibly something spawns like a P-switch that you can step on, but we'll figure that out as we go. There's a minor cheese. Yeah, no, I don't mind that. And, oh, we should have kicked it over here to uncover this pipe. We actually need to despawn the shell and... Whoop, let's not lose it. Let's despawn the shell and then come back. Okay, there it is. Kick it left this time. Here we go. And what does this give me? P-switch, which... let's see. Yeah, coins to the right. I mean, this P-switch comes out of the pipe, so we don't have to worry about it too much. You can see there definitely is something in this slot over here. But without something like the boot, normally you can't really get up there cleanly. Anyway, whoops. Oh, that's interesting. Well, there might not be hidden pipes, but there are the classic Mario hidden vines, but again, not for anything important. So, let's hit this once again, and yeah, you're supposed to go up the vine path to go back and forth. We'll just lanky our way across anyway, and see what's available. And then... yeah. Oh, okay, this works too. And nothing that we can see in this pipe. Because it would be exit only anyway, with nothing underneath it. It looks like we do want to kick a shell down here now. And then we'll just drop through it with a P-switch, actually. We could have just done that all along. The P that we have up here. Oh, can't quite see where we're going. That's fine. More springs this way, and then... okay, we could have snuck through there, but instead we'll go this way. Spike tops galore. And... 178 seconds. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you're supposed to go around, obviously. Normally you can't make this jump, but again, not a significant skip by any means. P-switch location over here, and probably over here, but we'll... so, guess not. Look at this question mark. Very suspicious. Yeah, pipe comes out over here. We'll look for that in just a bit. Looks like we can progress through here first. Then, this drops you in this way. And then Goomba up there, I suppose. Oh, never mind. Wasn't expecting that. That's okay, we'll spawn another one. Does it come out of the pipe? Yes, it does. Yeah, we'll Actually, you know what? We'll check this left side too in case it's a mushroom. Might be, for all I know. And it is, so sure, we'll take it. Looks like that was an exit pipe, but we'll check the vine first before we do anything else. Curious what I was thinking for the 100 best Maker 1 levels. I haven't counted yet. I've played far more than 100 good levels at this point. And again, as I've been saying, in the interest of curating some kind of recommendation list for other people that's likely to look very different from if I were just saving 100 levels on my core spot, as I will probably be doing. Because you'd want to diversify things at least a little bit of telling other people what to do, but... Okay, so that's interesting. We don't have a good way to get up there unless we jump from the side. Or maybe even climb up the vine and do a big jump from there. Let's... Oh, that's fine. Just go. 59 seconds remain, and then P-switch. I see somewhere to go on the right side if we drop through. Let's not stand there. I feel like that vine actually looks promising on its own, because it goes up to the pipe that we saw much earlier. And here we are. But we didn't need a P-switch for this. We don't, but this is impossible. Not impossible. It's not impossible. This seems like a message of encouragement or something. But since we have 20 seconds left, let's run around and see what we're looking at. Okay, no, that's actually just something that loops you back around somewhere and gives you perhaps some kind of hint. Alright, let's see where it goes. I haven't completely mapped this out yet, so... And we want to go up in the 7 seconds that remain. And then we loop back up, and then is there some kind of state change, I wonder? Might be some kind of state change, or maybe just a lot of things dump you back there. We'll see. We didn't really get a good look at some of it. Anyway, we'll try to buy ourselves as much time as possible after the P-switch down here. Again, you just, whoops, need to kick this shell upwards. Grab the P-switch with that, and then loop back out this top side here. And, yeah, no, it looked like a fake exit. I mean, we can probably understand it perfectly well just from playing through the level. It's not like it really needs external information. Once you see it, anyhow. Whoops. Well, there goes the good old Mario Maker pipe timing again. And yeah, definitely we've seen along the way a lot of creations getting into 2018, 2019 that were pretty severely underplayed for how good they were, simply because activity in Mario Maker 1 had become so focused within the community at that point. And so likely in the interest of recommending some levels, I'm going to pick from some lesser known ones, if I'm contributing to some kind of list, so... Let's see here. Okay, here we go. And drop through once again, dangerously. Look at everything in here. We didn't really come through this middle section here, I don't think, at any point. Or at least I don't remember doing so. Tracking whether you're in the main world or subworld does help as well, perhaps. Same piranha. Exact same piranha. Maybe we should watch our step there. Yeah, because I did see Tetrapteryx, the sort of 20 pics that you put together in the chat we were having a Kavik, and luckily, oh, I forgot to bop the shell here, and I lost a mushroom. Luckily, I think I've actually played all of those levels. I mean, I played the Game Boy one probably back in 2015, and I do remember it. I don't think it was even the only one with the Game Boy concept that I played, but it must have been the earliest and best known one. But I actually have played everything on that list, which is great, because it tells me at least that I'm not missing too much that other people remember or are seeing, at least within our circles. And in the meantime, of course, we're kind of stretching out a bit and trying to discover other makers that may be less well known or less well connected. But it seems I've largely done okay in terms of catching up with a lot of community history that I missed back when it was most active in year one of the game. Look, we didn't die to the piranha, even though I totally forgot about it and nearly ran into the second one and the first one. Let's kick this shell to the left. Yeah, I don't mind things being broken up a little bit with the enemies here. It's kind of refreshing in a way to go back to older levels and see how people were kind of less committed to focusing on a very specific genre. And, okay, here once again, I think we do want to head back up to, well, we need to get the P-switch. I think we should not be able to make this because we can just go through here, and then, yeah, this is the part that we skipped earlier due to the lanky mushroom. Oh, I didn't realize what kind of floor there was, or that we'd get bonked by something. But likely we need to create that path. So, yeah, that was something that we previously skipped with the lanky mushroom. And that was new material, and we just need to be careful now that we can see the floor. No, but it's very true that from having played everything of yours in Maker 2 and a lot of the later creations here, which forgot the shell again, forgot the piranha again, that the style definitely becomes much more exclusively puzzle-centric. But it's always interesting to go back to early Maker 1 and see where people were when they were figuring things out and just trying to find the concepts that worked for them without too many outside expectations from the player base. And one thing that we've sort of pointed out repeatedly is just how much more popular it was in Maker 1 to have, you know, lengthy winding structures. And whereas some other makers might have narrowed down into things like speedrun levels or one-screen puzzles over time, I think the difference is just that we know from the later levels that you kind of committed to this big labyrinth style and sort of continued to develop around a large scale, which I think became less and less common, especially going into Maker 2. So, anyway, let's wait for the P-switch here. Yeah, I remember I had a lot of trouble with your Super Ball level in 2, actually. For whatever reason. I was probably just really bad at aiming a Super Ball at the time. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, we should create this bridge and loop back around it. Nope. Didn't think I was going to make it. That's okay, we'll leave that guy there. We have enough room to work with at this point. And then, let's make sure no plants over here. Oh, we can just loop back around this way. Okay, that works too. No, it doesn't, because we have to loop back around this way. Okay, maybe not then. Oh no, we previously came in through here. Right, and then we come up through here. That's progress. Yeah, 6Y, well, I mean, it was a level inspired by The Legend of Zelda and based directly on it. Of course it's going to have some action and puzzles, right? It's... In fact, I think it's sort of a common refrain among levels that are said to imitate The Legend of Zelda that a lot of them really don't get how to do the puzzle element. And in both 2D and 3D, that's, you know, for a series that is that influential, Zelda is actually not much imitated. I've seen this pointed out before. We need to hit a P-switch. Oh, there's the P-switch. Let's not die to the shell. We'll do that pre-patch P-jump over here. Oh, we just need to come up this way. Yeah, okay. Whoops. Totally slipped. That's okay. We've lost a lot of time there anyway. Let's just go back and not die to the Goombas or anything else. But yeah, it's kind of true that, you know, in both 2D and 3D, in some ways, Zelda is not as closely imitated as you would think, simply because people wind up focusing on either the puzzle aspect or the action, be it top-down or 3D. And a lot of the games that I've seen described as Zelda-likes usually skimp on at least one of these departments, usually the puzzles. And so anyway, like I was saying, for a Zelda tribute level on that scale of the 6YMM level, it kind of makes sense for that to incorporate a little bit of sword swinging along the way, so... Okay, let's just move down here and then kick this guy to the left. We know that the top right here is just a one-up mushroom. I don't think we're too concerned about that. And then we'll just kick this over here. Yeah, it's just mushroom as we expected. Probably should have just left that in place to have access to that question block if needed later. That's alright. Again, we'll loop around this structure here, since we don't have the benefit of Lanky. Yeah, it's too bad the kind of low ceiling height here on top of the Goomba jump does sort of obstruct you unexpectedly if you don't see it coming the first time, but that's okay, we know how to play around it somewhat. And we'll come through here. It looks like we probably want to... Yeah, we want to get rid of this, because eventually if you get the opportunity to hit this up here, as I think we had seen... yes, that's right, because we know that is this block down here, once you have the P-switch available, that you drop everything... Hang on, and then you hit that, you take Divine upwards. So it looks like we wanted to have some kind of P-switch activation that remains active a little bit longer. Let's... Oh yes, that's right, the P-switch over here. The P-switch is then going to give me the Vine. This was where we, on a previous attempt, kind of lost track of ourselves in spite of the fact that we have seen this already and know where it is. It just gives you a mushroom. Right, we saw that previously as well, but that means that we now have a way to go P-switch into Vine, and then we can continue this way. And then we don't have Lanky once again, so we'll be going down here and kicking into shell down here once we have an opportunity to return. So Lanky Mushroom actually did get us pretty far, but so we would need to jump on a shell over here, probably. And there we go. Maker 1 doing some work with its camera over here. Oh, timing here is not great. If you look at the stagger on these. Yeah, that's alright. But we managed to eliminate all this, and now we have a way to get back up into the shell kick down here. So this is all material that we have seen previously. We're just getting our bearings again. Then, if you have the shell kick this way, we actually didn't really follow that. There is a mushroom, however. Then And can we fall into either of these locations with difficulty? I do not mess with that just yet. I'm concerned about despawning these springs. But it looks like we can... yeah. Oh, no, that won't be a problem because of the pipe. Yeah, that's right, because the pipe spawns, right? Or... well, let's see. We'll just eradicate some of this, and then... did we check this piranha earlier? Let's try it. Didn't think so, but... always worth a look. So these blocks here, we don't know what the open spaces are all about, but we did drop through this previously. We did drop through here previously as well. And so this was on the way to the fake exit over here. Check all of these. We did jump up here previously. To continue, we also know that this is going to be fine. We know that this area over here kicks you back to start, or at least seem to. That might be the only way to progress at the moment. Oh, unless we... let's see. The arrangement of blocks is meant to resemble a piranha plant breathing a fireball. Oh, I see, okay. Couldn't necessarily tell that from the work there. I suppose we'll... up here. I did see this previously. Why didn't we go down this pipe? Or did I just not bother climbing here? Okay, no, I did loop back here, I see. So then is there a P-switch related continuation? There should be. Because we did previously drop through all of this. Right, and we also came up here on this side. Okay, no, we actually did... I mean, we can track main world or subworld by way of whether we're in main world being underground and subworld being the castle. Oh, let's do it again. And just jump our way up. 130 remain, whoops. So we did check that, and then, yeah, we have the switch going this way, that's not a vine. However, this should be something. And then we did climb our way through here previously. This was the fake exit though, right? Or... well, let's see it again in case there's something else we missed in this location. Because we can unstack over here. Let's check down here again, just in case, because I don't think we checked this pipe. Oh, no, nothing. Alright, let's see here. However, if you raise a P-switch before going there, like if you jump on this P-switch, then go up, which you're clearly able to do, then you can cross the coins that are up top. Now the problem here is, can we do this drop without dying? Yes, we can. This is going to be a bit of a problem to hit, though, without a P-switch. We better hit a P-switch. And we'll go back and we'll just hit it again. Although that P-switch is just sitting there, so it's not one that we can just hit again, I don't think. So we need a way to have another P-switch active, I think. So the thing I'm thinking is that we want to cross this area with a P-switch, but then that would mean the level is unclearable if you fall through all the coins, so that maybe seems unlikely. Let's jump anyways since we're low on time. Yeah, it looks like it's something that you can definitely cross up top. And so we just are short by one P-switch activation. Let's do this again, even though it does seem to kick you back to the beginning. Just going to map it out one more time. So yeah, we just needed to have the vine there active to go up to the top pipe while having one P-switch available for me to get into a P state. So there's something to that we didn't see. Also, yeah, this pipe here, who knows. So let's do it again. Let's try to save some time. Best way to save time, of course, is to have the lanky mushroom available, which we won't. We'll try to wrap through this a little more accurately. Anyway, we know at this point that we let's go left over here and land on some Goombas. And progress this way. And let's not hit that plant up top. Activate a P-switch and go down this way. Well, getting a little more fluent at this. We're going to leave this question block available, just in case we need a mushroom refresh. Then, we'll loop through here and try not to die to the Goombas. Again, yeah, getting into the crouch first actually does help quite a bit before you go down. That's something to remember if we can. And then we'll go up here. Release all this. Oh, this is just a mushroom though, we don't need that spot. We do, however, need to open up the P-switch. Which then gives us this vine over here. Let's just keep this one open. Oh, never mind. Okay, that's what it does if you do it that way. Alright, so you actually can't have that active unless, of course, you open the coins up here first. If you do open the coins up here first, then you can loop down to the P and do it again, and maybe sustain a bit more time with that P-switch, rather, which you would need to do anyway, so. And, oh yes, we should have actually grabbed this here. No, that's a little beyond us in terms of height. I was, yeah, hoping to just eliminate more plants there, but that's okay, that'll almost work. Yes, actually, let's open all this up when we can, so we... Well, almost. Oh yeah, I guess we can just wrap around with a P, that works too. Oh, was hoping to grab some of this. That's okay, we got it. And then, we still need to break that. Mushroom over here. Okay, that's fine. We do something to ease our way down. And then, yeah, it gives you a spring. We knew that already. We already dropped that one, in fact. What was I doing? Let's see. Over here, you get a P-switch down here. Right, through the bottom. Yeah. Really does work on memory somewhat. To navigate all this. So. We'll, oh. Totally not see the mushroom come back, and then... We'll see. Okay, this segment over here, yeah, we know that there was the P-switch that is on the left side. We'll eventually open up access to it through a different P-switch. I think, whoops, you do have to go down here first. And then, yeah, we actually do want a mushroom, now that I think about it, because there is something that I want to break open. if we can do it. So let's head up through here. We didn't actually check this pipe either at any point. Didn't think so, but worth checking. So yeah, we know that this loops back to the other end this way. Then we need a P-switch to go through here. Okay. Yeah, we previously dropped through the middle. Let's just do this again. And then we want to open up the left side, so we can actually depart. We have to keep track of which entrance is which. We're kind of down to 180 again, which is about the same kind of position we found ourselves in last time. Going here. So we know that there's a P-switch here, and that's... yeah, you would still want P-switch available. Maybe you can just respawn it by scrolling it away. Let's actually try to respawn this one by scrolling back into it. However, then the Divine block would not be available, because I think it would be activated and Divine would... Actually, I don't even remember the loading rules for some of this, so let's not assume too much. Oh, you know what? Let's grab the mushroom. I mean, this mushroom under a pipe. This is something that should be relevant here. So we got this. Also got this guy to the left here. Nothing, didn't think so. Yeah, the problem is that we need to come back up through here. And so we don't want to go down yet. We know that down is going to be a trap. We want a P-switch active getting into here. That's the thing that I'm trying to set up currently. It's a little bit tricky. You don't already have a P-switch for this location, which means that we need to find a P-switch that we can activate from way back if we are able. Or from an adjoining room. Not this far back, because we get into despawn issues, I think. Looking at this layout here and wondering... well, let's take a look. 80 seconds... just have to map out where some of the P's are again. Yeah, this one isn't going to go nearly far enough. Not nearly. Because the idea... well, we respawn to P at this point, but we will have a problem with having lost a Vine. As expected. Because we never activated it here in the first place. No, we actually just need to tap it on the side. I actually want to take damage for a moment. But then how do we... can we risk it? I think it will probably dunk you if you try to do this. Nope. Yeah, basically I'm thinking about a way to have like a second P-switch activation in that space, so you can go Vine before P-switch, and then climb up top. It looks like it has to be something from an adjoining room, but we have to go back and determine that. Nope. Some of the Vine, or rather Piranha timings here are definitely not the most convenient to work with, but we will make do. Whoop. Yeah, up we go. And up here. Okay, so... I mean, that's the most plausible theory right now in terms of part of the level I know I definitely haven't seen yet, is whatever's to the left of those coins. But it does look like if you fall in through those coins enough times, it is possible to lock yourself out of the actual exit. But of course, you'd have to loop back there many, many times, so perhaps that's not actually as plausible as it looks. And we'll just have to determine that. Not going to hit them all at once. There we go. Plants. I knew it. Narrowly dodged it anyhow. And yeah, this is mushroom. We know we have to wrap around it with a P. Again, we're just looping around here until we can buy ourselves enough time to really explore properly. Should have kept that. So yeah, now we know how to go through the right side here. Interestingly enough, if you actually hit a shell over here... You know, if you had a shell just walking in this location, maybe you could use it to jump up and take a bit of a shortcut, but we're not going to see it. At least not this round. Then we can eliminate this, mostly. I see as well... Yeah, I think we had previously broken all of this at least once. I have to be able to make it one camera for a little bit, and then... Whoops. Let's wait for the next series of spawns here, so we can just kick everything we can. And we'll just let the shell do its work. So it seems like the point of having that spring is to have easy access to the P-switch for a further P-switch-based continuation. Like down below, for instance, and... I mean, that's the only thing I can see being its purpose. Now, there is the possibility that we can kick that shell all the way, follow it over. We should think about what that shell would give us. It would give us access to this left side over here, and possibly to one of these pipes. So maybe we should actually go back there. Try to kick that shell down and follow it. And try to keep it alive on the screen. Oh, nope, it's going to go a little too far here. And collect some coins for me. Okay. I was hoping that we could jump on it over here, but I can't seem to catch up to it quickly enough. Let's get a mushroom anyway, though, just to make sure we have a little more to work with here. Also, we don't quite know what was going on in terms of where the shell was going. As you can see, it actually opened up a fair bit of space. The shell bounces around quite a bit. Possibly it actually opened something up that I just didn't see. I think I'd want to follow it again. And if we can catch up to it and stop it, that's even better, but wasn't exactly sure where it would go, so I didn't want to risk outrunning it just yet. Oop. And then what we'll do is we'll deflect it back. No, we've seen all this already, though. There's no point in doing that, necessarily. And is there a reason we'd want to follow the shell all the way over, then? Let's... Whoops. Get hit by a plant. That's okay, we were burning a lot of time on that interaction anyway. But, you know, that looks suspicious enough as a corridor for the shell, especially with all the bouncing off the note blocks and such that... I should see if that gets me anything. I don't see what it does yet, but... We're currently just trying to find an additional opportunity to open up that vine that we saw, such that it's possible... Whoops. To have a P-state active when you go up the top exit. Still working on that problem. It just takes a couple of 100 seconds to get back to that point, which, again, for a pre-checkpoint mega level is kind of expected, but still need to do it. You can also head bump a P somewhere all the way. Oh, whoops. Yeah, definitely quite a bit of lethality that we need to deal with from time to time. I can see why that was toned down for future puzzles. But in the meantime, we'll continue searching. Yeah, I was expecting for the remaining levels, just given the scale of a lot of puzzles in the past, that I would probably have to budget a whole week for it. That's alright, that's expected. Better that we do it now and find that out before it's getting a little too tight to Maker 1's end of life in 2 months' time. Anyway, this whole middle segment here we haven't been to yet. We haven't seen it at all, in fact. So... I mean, it looks like you would potentially have one of those bottom pipes be an exit for an entry pipe that's in the castle subworld, and that's exactly what we're looking for. We're trying to get the P-switch active in the location that I'm trying to figure out. Oh, didn't mean to kick it yet, but that's okay. Yeah, this is going to be the vine down here. Oh, whoops, no. Didn't mean to go down, I was just trying to crouch to prepare for Goomba madness over here. Okay, that works well enough. Let's wait for the plant. And wrap back up. We're still at about 400 seconds. It's a little better than usual. A little tighter than usual, too. We know that we'll eventually have to go back through here once we open up this P-switch. Oops, I dropped down. That was a mistake. Does mean we need to wrap back around. But that'll be simple since we have opened up these blocks over here once already. Okay. Get this, and then the vine, and then once we clear these coins, it'll be the other P-switch. Leave that in place in case we need a mushroom later. Probably not, but might as well just keep that in mind. Is there something I could have done over here? You know, let's just continue. Except we've missed most of the plants, and so that's okay. Whoops, that's not okay. Never mind. Thought I was going to kick it the other way, so... Well, we could be here a while if we keep losing to little things like that. Oops, okay, didn't expect to get shot there. That's okay. We'll just need to not run into this guy, which is always a point of concern early on. And jump up. Go for the P-switch and we'll mine this plant. And drop through to the Goombas without letting them chew our faces off here. Whoops. We've died to that guy several times already. Very sneaky. We should, you know, actually remember that for a change. Well, by the time we're through here, maybe we'll even be able to do the early parts quickly. Without too much running around. Push and go. Yeah, it'll likely be some kind of adjoining room P-switch, I think, that winds up being what we're actually looking for. We don't quite know that yet. In fact, I can see a way that it might happen. Now that I think about it. course, sometimes I don't accurately remember which pipe is which, and so... I just have to deal with that accordingly. But I'm thinking about the later P-switch, that's by Divine, and what we could potentially do with it. And whoops, failed to get to crouch, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine, let's try not to drop back here too many times. Okay. Now... let's go down here. Same interaction as before. We'll get rid of the coin, so we hit the P-switch again. Yeah, it was actually a huge skip earlier with Lanky. Didn't break anything necessarily, it just got through a whole lot at once. And we'll try to kill as many plants as we can this time so we don't lose the mushroom unnecessarily. Just wait for the bottom ones to spawn again. Okay, we got some of them, I guess. Could be better, could be worse. We'll let shell do its work. That gives us a spring down here. The spring down here allows me to pass back over to the P-switch upstairs quickly, as well as hit the shell on the left. It's not clear on what else we can get done with it, but let's follow that shell and... oh, lost it. No, didn't lose it. Never mind. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's something. Does it hit the vine? If it does, yes it does. Problem though, we haven't eliminated this yet. So we actually need to have the shell activate the vine, and even with everything clear here, it should bounce accurately back to it. What we need to do is get rid of this, then kick the shell. That's what it is. We've been looking for that the whole time, and I thought this looked suspicious. But even with this much cleared, I think it should, in fact, make contact. But that has got to be the solution, so let's make sure we wrap around first to hit the P-switch. In order to do that, we're going to have to go down this way, I think. But I think we have it. We just need to make it happen. So we'll open up the location over here first. If I've remembered which pipe is which accurately. I think this is the one that gets you under the P-switch. Could be wrong. No, it's the top pipe up the vine that gets you up to P-switch. So we go back to it. No, it's not. Okay. Which one was it then? It must have been the one on the left. Okay. Yeah, so basically we need to open up that P-switch. And then we come back here and we activate this block with this shell. And we get out from there. I think we have it. I'd be very surprised if this isn't a route. There we go. The P-switch would respawn anyway, I think, but let's keep it alive, just to avoid complications if we can. Yeah, we'll just keep it alive for now. So we're going to go back and we'll do the shell kick if we don't lose to everything first. That was close. But we have a mushroom, luckily. So that's why we've opened up everything here so far. We can go back to the shell, and the items that reload for us here should have been a pretty serious clue. So yeah, last time we just didn't follow the shell closely enough to really see its pattern finish. Okay, nearly got hit by the shell, that's not great, but then now we hit the speed switch and when we go. And then we have to be fairly quick about this. There we go. That's a lot of pipes. But perhaps it's going to be this one that takes you back through the central area that we saw earlier, and that's exactly where it's going to go. And even horizontally kind of matches a little bit, doesn't it, in terms of going back to this zone and being in approximately the right place in the x-axis. Anyway, we're going to go for the warp zone here, as you can see. Very much like a bit of truly classic Mario here. The flag is here. I wonder about that other pipe, whether there was something else. I guess not. We'll take the clear. That top pipe looked really suspicious, though. I do wonder about that. So yeah, we actually had all the pieces together quite a while ago. It's just that the one instance where I kicked the shell and followed it, I didn't quite follow it all the way to its logical conclusion. But we had known for some time what to look for in terms of the final interaction that we were trying to trigger, so... Anyway, thank you for the GG. It took us a while, but that's one down. Prepare to one-way for takeoff. Oh, I forgot to click the level codes on. Easier to go back over my videos afterwards and see what codes were. I'm looking for something specific. I mean, the level codes will be down in 2 months, but they're still useful for the time being, and who knows if they'll match the eventual codes for whenever the archival dump of all the Maker 1 data gets reintegrated into whichever emulator solution takes hold afterwards, because there is going to eventually be a way to play Maker 1 creations long term. The data does exist in some sort of backup as far as I know, and the infrastructure to get Maker up and running is actively under development. But I don't exactly know how those two things will plug into each other. I believe that's a problem that's still being worked on currently. And I'm not involved in that, so we just kind of hear things about this through the grapevine. But anyway, prepare the runway for takeoff. Let's do it. Even though it's very primitive, is this level still recognizable as the same design style as you later find the exit puzzles? Yes, it is. Very much so. Very much so, in fact. In particular, the fact that we have to think of it on a large scale. I mean, one of the reasons that I sort of was looking for something like that shell interaction earlier. No, we need to fly. We need to fly. One of the reasons I was looking for something like that large-scale shell interaction very early is I knew from previous experience that you kind of tend to think big when it comes to the puzzle solutions, in terms of making use of the whole space. Certainly the case for something like Kashigo Mole, for instance, right? And so definitely familiarity with that helped in terms of setting expectations. And of course, you know, this was early on enough here in 2015 that with that first puzzle, obviously, there were a lot of things that kind of would be maybe more polished in later levels when it comes to what is going to be single use and what is going to be respawnable through a pipe, but still at the same time, the level was evidently designed to remain clearable no matter how you took it apart, with the P-switches eradicating coins and so on. I mean, it's a very difficult kind of design to execute and sort of debug properly, I think, without having something like key blocks like we have now, where, you know, P-switches can just wreck so much stuff. And this looks like a flight zone once we get rid of everybody. Whoops, once we get rid of everybody, and also grab this feather. Not feather, this leaf, rather. Tanuki leaf, raccoon leaf. Whatever you wish to call it. No, it's not even flight, it's just a pipe. Oh, Fireflower, okay. I wonder what that gets me. Was there a gate earlier that we needed a Fireflower for? we did whip all this. So... And it looks like... Yeah, I was looking for some way to fly over to the right side over that. Oh, I see. No, down here. Okay, yeah, because previously we didn't actually get the opportunity to do that. But it looks like we would then need to switch to the leaf over here. And, oh, okay, no, it's going to be Big Koopa down there. When we find the pipe that gets down to that location, we just punch through that accordingly. So we've been here previously. Let's just go back this way. Yeah, because it looks like we're supposed to create a runway over here. And once we've created a runway, we need to figure out where to get the leaf to begin with. Hang on. Because I honestly don't remember. We had this exit into the flower. But it's a single-use flower. It's not something that's going to respond through the pipe. And being a power-up... Well, let's see. I'm certain we might have jammed ourselves here, but let's not assume that yet. Let's see what we can do. I mean, particularly... Oh, here's the leaf. Well, we have the leaf, but we don't have a good way to make the runway over here if all of the plants are spawning again. So we kind of just need to find a way to get over to where the Big Koopa is. And then it should clear a runway for us when it eliminates all the plants down here by itself. This is going to break that wall. And what we should have done is go up the top right here, perhaps, or, well, we'll check the ceiling all over the place here, since, you know, cape here indicates runway, and we should look for something like a P-switch, perhaps, that drops us down below. And yeah, that's what I thought. Whip this, and is this going to give me a P? It's going to give me a star. Interesting. Star will be fine if we have the appropriate location for it. As in, if we take it over here, so we can get through all of the plants very quickly. And we actually only need to kill one, because then that opens up the possibility of using the leaf for the rest. Oh. That's okay, we'll just fly up there again. Yeah. Guess the implication was that we take the shell down here, but anyway, there's the P-switch. P-switch would get you through the gate in the first area, as well as eliminate a lot of this, but we'll see what that is useful for. I mean, eliminating this, you don't even need a P-switch necessarily if you already have a leaf, right? Because you can just open this up. And I suppose this is supposed to be a takeoff point for flight. Interestingly enough, if we... Oh, okay, for that. We could have hit the P-switch, but, you know, we can do it this way instead. And then you would need a P-switch over here. That's fine. Well, we know that now. We know how to do it, so... Well, grab the P-switch and then come back up. We'll just drop through there. And, well, we'll see what this is. A little bit of platforming. And then we can whip all this. That does give you a pretty clear runway here as well. That actually opens up this P-switch, which would then get you through... Well, it gets you to star over here. Now, why would we want to star over here? I mean, I guess it would get you to dry bones, but then... I mean, I do know that there's the other P-switch location that was over on that end, but I don't think the P is going to last long enough to... Okay, no, it will. And then here we hit the Big Koopa. Big Koopa? No, let's not stuff it back into the pipe. Punch it this way. We actually could have whipped it to the left and punched it here too, but that would just break open the wall to the left side of the level. I don't think that's actually helpful. Oh, we should have followed it. And then, oh, never mind. That's okay. We have just opened up this passage. And then that means that we can, first of all, try to grab a leaf again. If we can remember where we got one. I don't remember where we got one. Up in the dry bones area, but let's go back. Yeah, pipe over here. So we've seen the big shell at this point punch its way all the way through here and open up this passage to the right. We actually do still kind of need it, though, in order to get through all this. I mean, the star also got me through that earlier. And, of course, now you can just go over to the shell directly to push for all that. But then it seems like I'm trying to create a flight path, which we could very well have maintained earlier, but let's see. I'll just follow it, keep it on screen. And is gonna be anything? Well, that's... Oh, checkpoint, look at that. The camera just had to come down slightly late. I should have just taken damage there, obviously, but now we know. What's this? Okay. Yeah, as with the previous level. Just a huge shell kick here. Been quite a bit of work for us. And one thing we should keep an eye out for as well is the possibility of doing the bounce continuation from flying and maintaining P-speed and then bouncing to reset the flight. Whoops, nope, we lost it. No, we didn't. We've got it. And then we want to open up this passage, although later on we'll do star plus P-switch here, so it doesn't matter too much, but we'll take the star this way. And we'll just follow it a bit until we get over to the plants. Now, the thing is, once you eliminate the plants the first time, what's stopping me from just flying from that point with a star? Whoops, oh. That's stopping me, first of all. Let's hope that we don't despawn the star. I don't know if we will here. Power-ups... No, they remain within range quite a bit longer. So let's go back this way. Ah, yes, you do need a shell to eliminate all this. That's right. Forgot about this wall here. Oops, nope. That's okay, we'll drop this down here, and then that'll at least give me the P-switch, which then gives me a continuation. We'll probably want another P-switch, but no, we can just drop down here quickly, and then continue quickly this way. Without the ability to float here, though, I think we... Oh, we can still play. Not too much of a problem. I wonder if for the gate with the grinders later on that we're actually kind of expected to have the star at that point. It's entirely possible. But let's see this first. Let's see where we need the P-switch before we continue. That'll be to the left. Yes, that's right. Yeah, there's going to be another star here, but we don't really care. What we want is this. Now, we can't actually keep the star that long, perhaps. Because the best you can do is have the star available in this location here. Whoops, didn't follow the shell. That's okay. We'll try it again. Open up this passage. Yeah, and then that gives you a flight point over here. We'll try to go over, completely over. And then, okay, it gives you Fire Flower, which then can open this up, in case that's relevant to anything. Nope, it's not. What's in here? Okay. Might as well see what this opens. Looks like there is something else for the tail to whip over here, or perhaps there's a P-switch spot. Some big spawn blocks, potentially. Hard block wall tells me that there might be more shelling going on, but we'll explore a bit first before we assume. And the Fire Flower thankfully isn't a necessity yet, because once we get the P-switch, we'll be able to go through the left side wall, and then who knows what this does for us. Okay. You know what? Flowers are still going to be here, so. And then P-switch can wrap around down here to let the shell down. That's going to eliminate all of that, and then we'll follow it. Whoa, okay, never mind. But if we get a leaf somewhere here, we can now have a flight location. That's if we get a leaf. But having eliminated all of that, that is potentially promising. Well, you know what? We can send this guy. Oh, but we can send this guy over as well, and see if we can get it to continue. No, because it does hit a wall, I see. It's a pipe, rather. Okay. Well, once we've gotten rid of that, oh yes, then we just come over here with a P-switch, and then that probably gives me a leaf. I would absolutely bet that gives me a leaf, in fact. It just looks like what it is. Another one, if we please. And that gets you back up. And then that would get you a leaf back outside. Because we had switched to the flower previously. In the previous location that we came in through, so. What we do now is have no solution available for this. Let's see. We would need a star or a shell. Shell is probably a more versatile solution, but we don't know that yet. Since we have a couple of vines here that would effectively act as an item check. Also, we eliminated all this earlier. That seems to imply to me that there's going to be some kind of flight going on. In some capacity. Like over here, for instance. Whoops. On the other hand, well, we'll see. You hit the P-switch and you can continue this way. You open up this passage. Well, that gives you P-switch into leaf. Leaf tells me that I should actually be looking for a different exit pipe, like maybe on top of this location here. We have a little bit of runway. Then, once we're out in this location, perhaps we can grab this guy, eliminates. Once we do that, then we have a way to fly out here. Which is not going to go well. But it is going to show you that the goal is there, we just needed to fly straight. So, okay, we know the solution at this point. And it should be fairly easy to recreate from that point. Then, yeah, we'll just continue through here. And then we'll hit the P. Then we'll get rid of this guy a long way first. Wrap around, get to the big Koopa shell, and trade up to the leaf from there. Using the big Koopa shell plus a P-switch. Oh no, not quick enough to hit the leaf right away, so we'll do it again. Just hit it over here this time, and there should be no question of having enough time. Oh, come on, come back up. Then, yeah, sure, we might as well hit this. But what we actually want to do is go for the upper exit that gives you access to the red Koopa shell. Red Koopa shell is here. And then we just need to fly accurately for the rest of it. And fly forward. Going low, in fact, is much easier. More straightforward than the first one, with a bit of power-up progression back and forth. But you can kind of see how the commitment to a larger scale labyrinth design is still kind of there underlying the structure. This was uploaded a couple weeks after the first one. All you saw with a record on this one as well. Stand by your dinosaur. Now, I was told in advance that this exists in 2 versions. That there is a revision later on. We're going to do both, because we've been doing that with everybody, and it's sometimes fun to track changes if we can, in fact, notice anything that was modified. Your next level is some major cheese. Yeah, no, I really don't mind playing both. If we find a cheese, it just means we need to solve it all over again. Not a big deal. Because then we can try to determine for ourselves what a cheese might be, and if we don't see it, we don't see it, so... Find the exit. I mean, it would be more entertaining if I do find a cheese solution for this one, so... looks like there's some implication here that you can jump up here with Yoshi and then leave Yoshi down below. Also, the other thing, too, is that if you take damage, you can always just catch up with Yoshi along the way if you want to go bottom, but I think the intention is probably to race him up top. Whoa, that's a lot of thumping. Didn't see that coming. That's okay. Find the exit. Okay, then we just run it. And we try not to let Yoshi drop on this side. Let's try to get up here. It looks like that's going to be well off screen, but then... Oh, you can do it. But there's no reason to if you can just take Yoshi up here. Now, we don't know what the door here is going to be. It might be a reset if you lost Yoshi. It is a reset if you lost Yoshi, okay. But now we need to not get stuck here under the thwomps. That's fine. Yeah, it's just a reset for losing Yoshi. Hence the back arrow. Okay, so Yoshi goes down here. Looks like this could either be shelled or P-switched. P-switch looks like it's going to be the way. It'll be interesting, too, to see what kind of Yoshi mechanics you make use of here, because Yoshi is such a big part of later levels like that one in 4YMM. Notice this pipe here. Looks like it might just be exit only. Let's not get tapped by the fire bars that are off screen, though. I bet we can just hug this. No, maybe we can do it. looks like the way to progress anyway. Let's just wrap around over here. This is a level where you introduce the idea of having reset doors labeled with arrows, I see. And then, this is a P-switch location for sure, but let's see. Yeah, to avoid spawning issues, let's drop Yoshi nice and close if we can, just in case there are problems. And Yoshi needs to come up here to get us through the munchers. Yep, that's understandable. Whoop. Thought we might get into some trouble with a shell for a moment, but we'll take it. And now we'll have access to a shell jump. If we really want to try that sort of thing, which we don't. And yeah, it looks like here you spit and then that would get you through, whoops, to the P-switch, although you'd have to go there yourself without Yoshi, presumably. Oh, whoops. Wasn't expecting to step on it, I was just trying to pick it up, actually. Oh, whoops, lost him. That looks like it should be a problem, because we need him to go through this gate here. Yeah. Except a shell could have gotten us through this gate as well. Yeah, we actually do need a Yoshi. Maybe let's reset. You think this is one of the first levels you watch someone play on stream? Wow, blast from the past. 8.5 years in the past. Whoops, didn't mean to go up. So yeah, we do need to keep Yoshi alive for a little longer than we've been doing. But the reset is pretty easily accessible, so... And we did continue down here already, having busted that open. Notice that having reloaded in here, that we now have access to the P-switch. We will, of course, keep it in case it becomes usable or something. All of this to the right side looks suspicious. And then we'll just take it with the... Well, oh, I was expecting the thwomp too. Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh, I guess it's if you come through here with... Okay. I see. Then this looks like a reset past this point, because this is going to be a Yoshi check. Yeah. But a Yoshi check that takes you back here. So we're doing mostly okay. Of course, we didn't make use of the spring at any point, but... Whoops, no. Let's do it again. And of course, if you drop Yoshi here, you'll be able to go over to the left side and possibly even carry the spring with you. You carry the spring with you and then drop down below. Well, we'll see. It seems like there's an implication here that you come up here and enter the pipe. That's going to be Yoshi check up there. So you come up here first and you take this with you. What's this? Whoop. Oh, okay, that came out of nowhere. Okay. Didn't expect that. Alright, so we'll just need to see that from time to time. And we'll just try to remember it for next time. Which, I'm sure it's not going to be the last that we see of that trap. But it was played by someone named Sean Sharkey, who was the first streamer to be a fan of your levels. Okay. It's been a long time ago. And yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, 2015, at that point, in terms of Mario, nobody's really established on Twitch at that point. It seems like it's with Maker 1 that a lot of the big streamers that we know today gained prominence. I mean, I know that people like Carl were associated with things like Yoshi's Island prior to that, and some of the other big names might have been known as well, but seems like what a lot of the, big Mario streamers was really kind of Maker 1 that made their names before they later went on to things like ROM hacks. But we'll try to keep the shell again, just in case it's useful. I mean, we know it's useful. We know it's specifically for getting through this way to get to the P-switch. Yeah, because I guess the idea is that it returns over here. Oh, it shouldn't have gone that way. Or rather, should have jumped over that. I was not very attentive. No, I was trying to find a way to maybe preserve the shell as well and get it back, which... Having not seen that through to its logical conclusion yet, we didn't quite have that go as planned. Yeah, no, we should have just hit the P-switch, obviously, and open up these coins as before. We know that's the road. Yeah, we can just hug the right side wall here without too many problems. Even if we do take damage, I think Yoshi would run to the right there, so... Oh. You know what? Let's just hit him this way. And take this guy down. And then head over to the P-switch. You were saying Sean Sharkey was really good at finding cheese in your levels. Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the streaming experience, really. Especially early on when people kind of first saw their levels played. As first-time makers or submitters, that you realize that if there is some kind of cheese in your level that you didn't think was a big issue, literally the first streamer you send it to will pretty much always find it. Oh, speaking of which... Of course, we still need to sneak Yoshi through here, but it does get you through to Yoshi check. Let's just do the push. Just dunk these guys in. It actually gets you over to the next Yoshi just fine, I think, if you go this way. Oh, wait. I, for some reason, didn't remember that was not a safe location. But I kind of like that P-push under Piranha. I mean, obviously you need Yoshi for a bunch of stuff after that, but... The next Yoshi is not far off, and if you reach the next reset door, you get Yoshi back, right? So... I kind of want to mess around with it that way. So before you were familiar with the term de-cheesing, you referred to fixing cheese as shark-proofing, yeah. Very important operation. Oops. You'd probably still use that. It's kind of too bad that didn't catch on. Yeah, I saw that there were a couple of version revisions on some other levels of yours as well. So I don't know if you kept two versions of this one because the first one was reasonably popular, or if there was some other reason that you wanted to leave the original solution in place. I'm obviously totally fine with seeing both versions, so if we see something that you consider cheese, then all the better. It just means that we'll have a different experience the second time around. Oh, nope, shouldn't have nuked that. We do need it. But we can just reload through this area to do it. No, we can't. Never mind. Let's reload through this area to do it. Yeah, but if we don't get into too much of a mess with that note block later, sort of like the idea of doing the P-switch push on our piranhas. And then we'll see if we can get some kind of meaningful continuation of that. I don't remember that well enough from the first attempt that we had in that location to really say for sure, but let's catch it. Not run into this guy. Oh, not run into this guy. okay. Oh, alright, that's fine. There we are. Just needed to get him to stop bouncing off the walls for a moment. And that'll give us access to the P-switch, assuming we don't do anything too disastrous here. Oh. Oh, that was dangerous. Nope, we need to be extra careful. That was going to be a problem, yeah. I didn't realize it was going to expire that soon. Yeah, no, we just needed to skip over to no block and get to the P-switch. Hopefully pick up the P-switch, which was the intention. But if we step on it like we did the first time we got through there, that's fine. You can't remember why you kept the original version of this level up, but you think it's because by the time you made a DCheese version, the original version had been uploaded for a long time and was one of your most popular levels. Yeah, totally understandable. Whoops, missed. Yeah. But I mean, I know you see some of the player numbers swell quite a bit after that, especially in some of the later creations, but you know, for something early on in 2015 when everything's kind of overcrowded in Mario Maker, it was hard for things to stand out, really. That's definitely a reasonable degree of success. And okay, let's get over here. Oops. I kind of wonder if we can do anything interesting with a hammer too. But probably not. We do need the P-switch in the next zone. So let's send this down. Grab the shell. I'm making a section with the P-switch harder than it needs to be. Oh, I know. We expect things like that to happen every now and then. That's just how I play. So. Yeah, hang on. There was something else I did here previously. I should just step on a P-switch because that freezes the conveyor, and then... Yeah, previously I think stepping on a P-switch was the easiest thing to do here, but that's okay. Oh. Okay, we were a little over the halfway line that time and pushed it into ourselves. That happens sometimes. Let's just be careful of this hop drop. I know that's not the actual solution, I'm just kind of messing around with it and seeing if maybe we can do a spin jump into Piranhas to do anything afterwards. We probably still do need Yoshi. And I do know that, you know, the correct path is down the left side, but we had seen that before. But we might as well poke and prod at this to see what we can do. And... yeah, okay, let's get over here. Well, you step on a P-switch that freezes the conveyors though, right? So, I guess if Yoshi is in a running state, then you can do something with that. If he's taking damage and you want to get him to continue to run over, rather than being held back by conveyor speed. And, okay, let's drop down. Anyway, let's move on. We got back here pretty quickly. Okay, let's not hit the halfway line. I'm gonna see if we can spin jump on these guys and get above. I don't know if it gets us enough height. I think it doesn't. But let's not assume until we've tested it out. Oh, it totally gets me over. And then let's be careful because they are still down there. Whoa, almost missed it. Oh, we should have taken the P-switch here. But that's okay. We know that at this point we can't actually get across. Or rather, we need to jump across here and then get the reset door to get that Yoshi. So we did find a little bit of a skip there. That's okay. It's a satisfying skip. It's not the kind that, you know, breaks the level or anything. It just is an alternate path to get you a bit further, which is the kind of thing we're fine with. Let's leave this at least partly open. Although, why would we want to? We probably don't want to, actually. Let's leave a block just in case. But I think there's no reason why we would want to deliberately come down here, even if we do grab the spring first, so we'll move here. Yeah, we know how to go for the spring first. We also came up here last time and checked above. You know, I also know that if we froze the conveyor belts with a P-switch, we could keep Yoshi into this. I'm trying to lug this around, though, and do Yoshi in that location. And yeah, we would need Yoshi to go up there, probably using this at the same time. So what we should do is drop back down. Interestingly enough, we would not be able to drop back down. Oh yes, that's right. We died here before because we had Yoshi in this location but ran into the munchers. That's okay. That means that we reset Yoshi and give him the spring this way. And then from that point on, we can actually make some degree of progress because we can actually get up to the top level here. We should check what this is, unless it's a one-way pipe. That drops you down here. Oh, okay. Oh, we should actually check what that location is, I suppose. Even though, perhaps... Oh, we might as well look at it to see what it is. Oh, uh-oh. Okay, that's fine. Then a door and a bit of a P-switch gate over here as well, or a shell gate if you wish to think about it that way. Like if you drop a shell over here, you can actually jump on it with Yoshi and continue. Although, we can also just use this, and then... Yeah, because we know how to get it back, and then Yoshi can grab this guy to open up everything below, and then you can jump up the door from that point. So we can do that. It's a little risky, though, just because... Yeah. Well, that's why it's a little risky. We should have actually just used the shell to break that open first. Oh, yeah, okay, so you kind of expected to be able to grab the spring here right away anyhow. Or rather, you're kind of expected to loop back through here the first time without having gotten the spring already, because we kind of shortcut our way through that. And it looks like that's just a reset location. Right, if you jump off Yoshi at the other location, then... Well, or rather, this is a door from elsewhere in the castles of World, so... That's just a reset point that gives you Yoshi, and then this is Yoshi check going back this way. However, what if you take this plus something like a P-switch, and then step on the P-switch to go through that door, then you go back to the reset point, which is probably not useful. Hang on. Yeah, because it looks like it's supposed to be a reset. It's one tile above, which means that if we actually had something like a P-switch to stand on, we could in fact go through that door, but I'm thinking we shouldn't mess with it. Hang on. Let's get rid of these piranhas first. Then, let's wrap around. Without being hit. There you go. Luckily. That wasn't too bad a trap. And then, okay, this just goes through here. Right, because there's some expectation that maybe you get it through here. Okay, then let's just check this location, because we talked about that much earlier. And it looks like we just need to... Whoops. Yeah. These are all these blocks that are going to stimmy us along the way, and then we'll have 100 seconds in just a moment here. Then continue with Yoshi this way, drop the swamp, and probably just sit on him. To go through here. Whoops, nope. Hang on, we don't want to do that. But we can. He switched down below in the bottom right. That was a bit lucky. Why would we want to go through here? Oh, look, another segment like this. Not a lot of time to work with here, though. Might as well see what it is and map out the level. There's another gate over here. Now, why would we want any of this? Because there's something up here. E-switch, interesting. Or although maybe we should have taken it. But what we can do is we can grab this coin so we get an automatic B-switch next time we come down in this location, sometime in the next 40 seconds. Oh, nope, that's not going to be it. But if we have a P-switch at this juncture that we can take with us, let's just think about what that means. I mean, having a P-switch plus a spring, we kind of know how that could get us somewhere. Whoops. Oh. Oh, are we going to be within range for the thwomp? We might not be. We might not be. Whoops. Well, we are, but I should have gone up the right side, obviously. We had 13 seconds remaining, so it's not a big deal. We pretty far along at this point. And as a Find the Exit level, I think there is, once again, some expectation of replaying before you can really fit the correct route under the time limit. So we'll just go this way, and as before. Okay, let's drop and continue. Oh, there we go. Sure, it'll go that way first. We'll grab the shell. And yeah, oh, I see. That's the tracks down below or the Yoshi delivery mechanism or something. Right, because the idea is that you drop Yoshi in this location, and then, whoops, let's not hit the jump over there. Let's let this cycle through. Right, and then to lift steadily, bring him over. I see, because the idea is that Yoshi gets dropped into this position here, and he bounces up in this position. Whoops. Yeah, in fact, yeah, we might as well see it once. We've done it the other way, so we might as well do it this way as well. And it has the same result. You jump off Yoshi at the end, although interestingly enough, if you had Yoshi in this location and you... I guess you would have already used a P-switch at that point, so you wouldn't have a second item available to do the push over here. Because it occurs to me that if we had done a push first, then we hit the P-switch, then Yoshi gets loaded into this location, then Yoshi can jump off the piranha, and you keep Yoshi into this location. Which is the same result as keeping Yoshi here. Okay, so no difference. Let's leave a slot open, just in case we want it. For efficiency's sake. As we move around down here, and then I don't know if we missed a shorter route for doing this, but we'll reunite. And then... oh, no, hang on. That wall bouncer maker 1 again, we have to account for that. And then we should probably just get rid of the bones. Although we can use them to shoot things. Once we get up a little bit and want to get rid of some piranhas quickly. There we go. Much better. Then, oh, you know what? We could have gotten the spring from this side. Watch this. Watch what? Oh, we can totally reach that, I think. Let's try to crouch into it. There we go. Oh, and that's okay. We can reunite with Yoshi either way here. And then this is telling me I want a P-switch here. But why would we need to when we have this guy? I guess we'll find out. Either way, Yoshi's gonna take damage here. So, oh, I see. Then you can climb. But then there's the reset after that. I see. I see. Okay, no, you need Yoshi to get across. Okay, okay, I see. Okay, it looks like the spring on a top drop might be intentional then. Well, no, it's kind of equivalent to grabbing it in a later position, maybe, but like if you let's take it through here, yeah, then hang on. Yeah, so we're going to leave it down. Alright, I don't know if that's close enough. Hang on. You know what? We can grab it from the left. Soft drop as close to the wall as we can. That's okay, that's within range. No bones about it this time, but... Ride the thwomp down and grab it. Nope. Let's try it again. Then, yeah, we just needed to hit the P-switch quickly. That was the only change that we needed to make later on. I mean, we just had to see it for the first time. I didn't exactly know where Yoshi's path was going. So, and you know, we could probably just cut across here without losing the spring, can't we? Oh, maybe not. Due to the variable pulling it back quite aggressively. Yeah, no, you actually do need... I think the implication here was that there's something... Anyway, this, yeah, does force that gate, and then you kind of have to get down to the P-switch quickly. Activate as soon as possible. Yoshi comes up. And then you can go through this gate here, because this door is a reset. Now the question is there a way that I could have taken an item forward for long enough that we can actually go through here without Yoshi? No, probably not. Oh. Oh. Okay, no, thwomp. I was wondering what that was. And then we spin jump on a thwomp afterwards? No, no we don't. We cut through here. And then let me see. Try again. Okay, yeah, I thought maybe not having kept Yoshi there would be a problem. Maybe we just go up through the thwomps. I don't know. We've got 96 seconds, so this will likely kick you back to the beginning. So yeah, this gets you back to start. Pretty sure. That's okay. We wanted to see as much of the level as possible, so... Yeah, likely we won't have time in 80 seconds to work our way back to where we were. So we might just want to reset, but we might as well just mess around a little bit and see if there's anything that changed with the level state, or how quickly we can go through it now that we have had a lot of the interactions before with the thwomps opening up columns, all that. We can, in fact, even platform down here if we want to. Get Yoshi over. In fact... Well, we don't have time to really do all this, but we... yeah, I guess the thwomp already opened this up, so we just do that. Yeah, we're not really going to make it, but... However, here's something interesting. There's a reset door later. Are we able to... We've got 19 seconds. We won't see much of this. Whoops. I was going to take Yoshi up to the reset door with the P-switch and use the P-switch to get into reset door to try to skip ahead a little bit, but... we can try that on the next attempt. There is a way to do it. I think. Or maybe not. No, because you do need the P-switch to deliver Yoshi the first time. That's fine. Let's go up. And of course we'll get to do the second version of this at some point to see if we spot the changes. At least there are certain elements of our technique here that become disallowed later on. Not likely to get to that today, though. That's a little further down the list. We'll see how we do. Okay, we have a shell here. We have the Yoshi delivery mechanism over here, so here's how we're going to do it. We're going to push the piranhas and then hit the P-switch. Again, I don't think that does anything, because either way you keep Yoshi past the thwomp, so I don't think it actually does much for you. But we'll do it this way anyhow, just for the style. It does lose the shell. I'm wondering whether the shell could have been useful a little further along, but... yeah, that doesn't really get you anything whatsoever. Interestingly enough, we can jump like this and just skip through a lot of this quickly. That's also a nice little skip if you want to do things faster. Not that we're going for any kind of record, but... then soft drop over here as close as we can. Then let's just open this up. Oh. That's okay, didn't lose him. Not that you can, as long as you don't run into the fire bars yourself afterwards. Okay, now we're holding spring in this location. Whoops, oh, that's okay. Very considerate Yoshi trap there too. Get him back into position. Yeah, it was something we probably needed to do through this area to the left to get the P-switch going. I think we cycled through that previously, and we'll just do this instead. You know, if you move this close enough, you can grab it again on the way down. You would lose Yoshi, of course, because you take damage with him, but come on. There's one thing I'm really glad they changed in Maker 2, it is object drop. Now, Yoshi is going to take damage, but if he takes damage just late enough, maybe you can grab this with a tongue. No, I guess not. I think it's theoretically possible, just very difficult to do. Because then you could get Yoshi in this position with the spring still in place. Which might even be the thing you need to do, because we found that we kind of hit the false solution earlier. It might even be what we need to do, to be honest, so we can keep Yoshi past this position, because if we don't keep Yoshi past this position, that's going to be the exit that we don't want, right? So I think we actually want to keep Yoshi past this point. And maybe use the P-switch. Oh, we know there's going to be an access to a second spring later as well, so... let's do this. Because I suspect, given the kind of shape and logic of the level, that keeping Yoshi into the final area is in fact what we need to do. And that's just also some reasoning by similarity with the level that we saw earlier. To find the exit series. Yeah, that's too convenient a location to be any kind of oversight or mistake. I think that's got to be part of the actual solution we want in the end. Which makes me think that we want to keep this with us and see if we can do something like the P-switch activation over here. Was one. Well, now, we've been through this area already. We do know about the P-switch at the end of this as well. We just didn't see it accurately earlier. Let's wrap around in this one. We know there's going to be a P-switch here. What we can do is activate it as late as we can and take the spring with us. I don't quite remember what a P-switch gets us, but as late as possible would probably be a good idea. Now, we did eradicate most of that letter P, that's the only thing. Oh, this is actually quite far back. Quite far back, in fact. So maybe not. Yeah, you're supposed to take that P-switch with you. But then let's map out what happens if you do take the P-switch with you, even if we're not doing it now. Seems like if you have the P-switch, then you can jump over to letter P, but then, you know, we're going to do this again. We're going to try to get Yoshi to grab that on the way down. Difficult. You kind of need to wait for a particular opportunity here. Then... yeah, no, that's not going to happen. Ah, I see. If you have a second P-switch available here, then... you hit the P-switch first before Yoshi runs up here, then Yoshi hits the other P-switch. I think I see something that's going on. We have 50 seconds so we can explore it a little bit, but... I think what's actually going on, and we'll check above the thwomps as well, of course, but... sure there's going to be some kind of Yoshi check there, where if you grab the second P-switch... and then when you can't quite get up above this... yeah. Yeah, so at this point we're kind of trapped, but if you had Yoshi, you could ride the swamp over here. Also, if you had another item to work with, you could have... for example, if you had a spring, you could up-throw it over here. And then you would be able to make it over. I think it's got to be above this swamp. That's going to be the exit. Because this fits you back to the beginning, and we know all about that already. But basically, if you have a P-switch hit... and then you send Yoshi a little further. Well, let's see, because one other thing that is possible... well, we'll see. I think I know what to aim for, it's just that we're missing some particular element of it, because of course we've been maybe taking excessive shortcuts here and there. Also worth remembering that the Maker 1 pipe logic is a little bit different than Maker 2, where if you grab a pipe spawn item and spawn into your room a second time, the pipe spawned item actually duplicates. That may or may not be relevant. I don't really see a good way to use that though, because we're going to be limited to carrying one item at a time anyhow. And so I haven't really seen a use for that idea so far, but we might be missing something obvious, so who knows. Anyway, we know how to get back. Bit of a long run back, but we expect that. Yeah, we're missing something essential, but we'll find it. I'm thinking it is going to be something that's going to be a long item escort, or something involving that secondary P-switch where you activate one P and then grab the second P. Either way, it'll be some thing that we need to do to get Yoshi across. Even a jump on top of the P followed by a spin jump on the Thwomp might be legitimate, but we'll see. That loses Yoshi though, and I kind of feel like intuitively you would want to keep Yoshi for whatever the solution turns out to be. We can totally keep the shell too, I think. Whoops, not like that. That's a little bit dangerous. But I'm just thinking about whether it's a good way to keep it. No, let's just send Yoshi across. Or even just skip this bit. Yeah, because there's no way for Yoshi to grab that shell anyway, so... What we can do, though, is take this P-switch with us a bit longer. Okay. And then, once we take this P... Oh yeah, because we don't have Yoshi, we can't skip over to the spring. However, we will have the extra P here. Yeah, if you took Yoshi through here, then you could just skip that and go for the spring directly. What we will do instead is take the P over. I don't think that gets me anything yet, but we'll see. Because if we can find a way to kind of escort both objects, and we kind of have an extra P sitting around that we might be able to use. Like if we drop a spring over here, the problem is that you kind of do need to take a spring back with you through a pipe reset. I think. Have we entered this recently? We've seen this before, we just didn't really make use of it. And we actually know that if you have a P-switch here, then you can, in fact, get through. It's just that you need to get through it with Yoshi. I think you need to place the shell. Let's not spin on top of the shell, obviously. Nope, hang on. There we go. Hang on. Let's try to do this carefully. Place. Use the P-switch. Now what's this? Yoshi reset? Checkpoint. Checkpoint flag. We haven't seen one of those. Interesting. Guess we should have bothered to explore this. Well, now we have a checkpoint flag, and then... Oh, and this loops back here, so it's a many-to-one pipe, perhaps. Because definitely, if you go through this way, that's not where it gets you. Yeah. Or maybe it is, because it gets you over to the door for checkpoint. So it is kind of a many-to-one pipe to exit out this way. Okay, well, now we know. Interestingly enough, if you drop through that reset door and you already have a Yoshi, you grab a Yoshi egg. If you grab a Yoshi egg... You know what? Let's try this. Let's try this. I want to just mess around for just a moment here. I don't know if you have enough time before the egg spawns. I don't think you do. No, not really. Worth trying. It's the only time one of your levels has had a semi-optional checkpoint. Afterwards, you made a checkpoint mandatory. Okay. Okay, there we go. We got an egg. Probably doesn't help. But... yeah, because we can't actually get up here with that. Alright, well, it was fun to play with this while it lasted, because maybe there's something that we can do to sort of mess around with this for a moment. Particularly because we... Whoop. Yeah. Now that we can go through here, that's just a checkpoint door. Oh, you'd have to lose the Yoshi here to... Okay, you'd have to switch Yoshis anyway. Never mind then. Let's go back over here. Okay, no, we do want the spring then. Let's just go back for that. Indeed, we'll just go back down and... Yeah, that's too bad. Or we can do this. There we go. And then... Well, that was reasonably fancy. Doesn't get you much, though. Because you still need to loop around here. But that saved me a trip to grab another Yoshi, I suppose. Oops, hang on. You know what, let's just go under this guy. Oh wait, no, we want to go around. Yeah, okay. Take the spring over. 130 seconds, we've wasted too much time in this attempt, but... We have checkpoints, so I have to remember not to just start over, because I earned that after all. Oh, come on. Just wanted to grab him. Should have kept that as a projectile. That's right, we'll be able to speed through this a lot quicker with the checkpoint, perhaps. Whoops, let's drop this again. Yeah, and we know that there will be a point later on with the, whoops, second P-switch active. And then I don't know if 10 seconds will remain enough to get access to the second P, but I feel like we have to keep the spring somehow. Like if we have a P over here instead of a spring, we use the P switch. If, for example, you use a P switch in such a way that you bring it back to this location. 60 seconds. So you'd have to... Let's see how this location where Chomps is gated off, because basically if you bring a P-switch back here, or you bring a P-switch active state back here, then you could go pretty far. The problem is all those munchers down there. You would basically need a second Yoshi, like what we saw earlier with the other egg location. If you get two Yoshis, then you could come back here with something like a P-switch, but then... Or you have a P-switch active already over here, because then you could run on top of the munchers. Maybe. Like if you had a P-switch active, then you run across, and then you can kind of run back. Let's think about this. We are going to time out, but I'm just trying to theorize this a little bit. Because all those coins above the muncher just scream P-switch to me. However, there's something else we can try. Though... Yeah, no. Let's see here. 5 seconds. We're going to time out. Yeah, because I'm thinking that if you have a P-switch active here without having eradicated all the coins, then maybe that's promising. But we'll see. Anyway, we can just continue here. You know, we still haven't seen which reset location goes back to that Yoshi over there. And I still think it's worth checking if we can, in fact, get to it. Because I don't think I saw it. Oh, whoops. Okay, fine. Yeah, I'm still thinking about this, that we never actually did see a respawn on that door, and we know that that door can be entered if you place the P-switch below. Oh, what am I even holding? Oh yeah, I'm holding the bones. Okay, no wonder. Anyway, let's continue this way, though. Let's see if we can do anything differently here. Yeah, because it is possible, if you activate a P-switch first, and if Yoshi survives for long enough, then you can grab the second P-switch. And that seems to be the way. But we have a lot to figure out before we get to that point. Yeah, because that basically eliminates the whole P-switch path down here. So perhaps the idea here is that we should be switching over to the P. Because otherwise, things will just not last long enough. However, let's say I have a spring over here. Let me see how far this gets me. See how far this gets me. I think that actually gets me up high enough that we can grab the P-switch. However, we're not going to have a spring. So this will be the 2 P-switch strategy. But can you grab that? Oh, that's too bad. It's just slightly out of position. Otherwise, that would have been promising. Maybe even a P jump? No, that wouldn't have given you enough room. That's alright. Oh, I probably should... No, I shouldn't have stopped it this early. I needed to hit it much later. Because now we are going to have reactivate the second P-switch. Yeah, no, that's much too early. We actually needed to drop the P-switch ahead of us. And then keep this P-switch. Yeah, we need to keep this P-switch, basically. Okay, let's reset through here. Let's see... Exit from the reset door near the end of the level. Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. Oh, you can totally grab the egg here, too, but again, that's not useful from our current position. I don't think. Probably not, anyway. I'm thinking about this, because if you grab an egg in this location... Like, if you reset through there and grab the egg... And moreover, if you take something like a P-switch with you, spit, grab the egg, and then go back... Then you have Yoshi plus egg going into the final section. But then you don't have a way to get the egg upstairs. Well, let's redo this, and let's try to do a later P-switch this time. We don't want to press it before we cross. But I want to do something quite similar to what we've seen already. Where... Yeah, so the spring isn't actually something we're going to use then. However, if you hit the P-switch, then you can just jump across with Yoshi carrying a... No, the problem is that if you activate this P-switch, you do kind of lose access to the spring. However, the spring does let you bring the P-switch back, and that is something significant. Because if you bring the P-switch back, you just hit it late enough. Not on this side, but over here, where you hit it really, really late. You hit it now. Drop with Yoshi immediately. And does he have 10 seconds to work with here? Before he gets across? No, he doesn't. Okay, that's too bad. We don't want to cross here, obviously, until we're ready. But the idea is that I want some way to get up there. Now, if we have a second Yoshi, and then we kind of cart this over a little at a time. Okay, now I have a problem because I let go to dash button. Stuff this for a moment. I wonder if Yoshi could take damage and just remain in that location safely. Let's just... no, he doesn't. He dies. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, no, I let go to dash button, which was a problem there because we sort of needed to reload through here. That's fine. You know what? Let's just take the death and just get back a checkpoint because this is going to be a big reset anyhow. The way I see it, if Yoshi's holding a second egg and if we can get a second Yoshi over without having to activate that P-switch, then we might be in business. So let's try to wrap around to the end point of the level first. There's a problem with this, obviously, which is that you have to deal with all these guys that gate you off if you don't have some other mechanism for getting rid of them. But I'm thinking that if we have two Yoshis, that's... might be able to do something here, because you only need to take damage with one of them. You can just drop the other one through the end location. But, you know what? We actually just need to use the bones here to eliminate them, or fire, for that matter. I just... there we go. Much better. Right, that's not even a way. Yes it is. Yeah. So we know how to get a second Yoshi egg. We know how to drop this over here. We know where the P-switch is going to be located. And once again, I didn't actually remember what I was holding, but we have it. So we have a couple of things that we can do. If, for instance, we're holding a Yoshi egg in this location, let's imagine that we're holding the Yoshi egg, and then we can kind of come through here, and then you would still need another object that you take with you for the jump. And that's okay. I think we could actually escort the spring separately. Because you could take the P-switch, as before. Doesn't really seem to help. Yeah, because you definitely need to do this. Again, every time we're just going to try this just in case we can do a little skip through it. It's not really going to work, though. Unless we have a pretty clear idea of our target position. Yeah, we have to hug this pretty close in terms of timing. Yeah, we're never going to catch it. That's okay. So we're going to send Yoshi through, and we're going to loop around and grab the egg. That's how we'll do it. I still think having a second Yoshi egg is potentially promising, because then we can just spit one Yoshi down here, perhaps, if we escort a second item like the spring with the... oh, come on. Too late. Okay, so imagine that we have Yoshi with an egg here. We would, of course, need to get rid of these guys. But we could kind of do it by way of... it's kind of... maybe... hang on. It would be tricky. Because you have to navigate all this. Then, yeah. Because you have a second Yoshi egg over here. No, no, that's not going to work. Hang on. Now, if you make that bridge, you can take the spring back across to the left. Do we want to do that? Not really. We can grab this. And that was already the Yoshi from this egg, so, you know, that's not going to be helpful. Yeah, we did the egg spit over here previously to, do an extra shortcut, but we'll have to go back that way. And back up this side. So, if you had Yoshi with an egg, for instance, and you managed to get both Yoshi with an egg and a spring into this location, you could get up here. Yeah, the problem is getting Yoshi through the 2 piranha gate. But that's okay, you can just take damage with him. And it would still work. So you don't even necessarily need to take this, but... yeah, because you would have Yoshi on this side, but then you would have to drop an item after that. So, supposing that we went back to the P-switch strategy... let me think about this. Yeah, because definitely you can't really do much over here. But if we try to loop back to the Yoshi egg... yeah, let's try this. Whoops. Yeah, this is set up in such a way that I don't think you can actually get Yoshi through it cleanly. In any case, but... yeah, you're kind of meant to have a P-switch here. Yeah, try it every time, that's gonna fail. We're gonna go back and try to go for the egg once more. Again, we're trying to get this P somehow. Oh, he's got fire, okay. Trying to get this P so we can run something over here for Yoshi to jump on. Or rather, if you grab a P-switch... I mean, we haven't even thought about this continuation. What happens if you grab a P-switch with Yoshi? What does that actually get you? Because we'd still need some way to get on top of that thwomp. I mean, maybe if it's like jump on top of the P and then P jump off of it with a spin. You get on top of the thwomp with a spin. That's a possibility. Like if you get a P over here in this location, you up throw. You follow that up. Then you... yeah, P jump into spin jump on top of the thwomp. I mean, it's unlikely to be the actual solution, but it's something that we're thinking about just to see if we can poke around. Missed it again. Such a slow reaction time. I think at this point we might as well just take to death here, because we aren't likely to see the exit on this run. But we do know that there was the P-switch available here. Which is interesting. Because that's actually pretty close to where we need to go. Except Thwomp is going to Thwomp that. Let's tuck this away first. Okay. Because, let's say you take it through here. And you take both items through. And then you can kind of take them through one at a time and still do alright for yourself, I think. Actually, I think it is going to be that. Because then you don't need a P-switch from the other room, you just grab the one here. And then you can just reload the items whenever you want, and still have time to... well, I mean, you're going to have 5 seconds here, but we're going to try this next time. We're going to go back through that thwomp. We're going to do spring plus P. We're going to try to escort both items. That's the most promising thing I've seen so far, because we were looking for some kind of P-switch now that can take further into the level. And the question, of course, at this point is if it is going to go nearly far enough to get to where we need it. And we need to kind of map that out again. Have a clear idea. We should have actually stayed in that position just now. But no, we'll loop back. Yeah, we should have gone left from that point, but that's okay. Let's load up as much as we can just to see whatever we can. And Whoops, no. Yeah. Yeah, because if you load up in that earlier position, spring over here. Actually, yeah, no, we should just go this way. And then... Oh, I lost Yoshi, though. I have to reset through... Yeah, okay. No, we just lost track of what we were doing. We just need to reset through here. And then get back into the position where we had Yoshi plus Spring available here. In which case, we probably don't even want to be carrying this necessarily. However, what we can do... not like that. Let's try to jump up through here and then through these guys. Alright. Slightly lost track of what I was doing, that's all. I guess we'll go back. We'll carve... well, okay, fine. I was about to run over there. That's okay, there's no reason why we should just take that. And if you activate the Thwomp, they can take the P-switch with you. Yoshi plus P-switch then goes a little further. But first, let's drop this and we got the piranhas. We pretty much never go this route. But if you go this way, what that allows you to do is go over to the left side and grab P, and then you can kind of reverse through this pipe to grab the spring from that point. So what we'll do is we'll just simplify this a bit. Take this through, and yeah, you've got both items here. And we're going to try to escort both items through, and we actually have the piranhas out of the way for once too. And then we've got to do some work here too. Juggle a lot of this across, I think. Or we can take the key back through reset door. Let's see. You would still need a spring though. Then you would have a Yoshi available on the other side, and you can grab a P from there. If you grab a P from there, that's not really what we were doing originally. You grab a P. Oh, then you can do that whole up throw weirdness, but yeah, so we can actually do the spring plus Yoshi thing here at this point, like to go through the reset door if we wanted, which is something we've been talking about for several attempts now. I'm just mapping this out because basically if you get onto that side... Oh, no. Okay. Then you would be able to pick up the P that was from the bottom segment. If you pick up the P from the bottom segment, then you just have a P switch going into the Thwomp in the final area. Possibly you can use the P switch to go up the coins that say try again, but I think it's likelier that you want to go up the Thwomp instead. And what we kind of need to do is take a P-switch with us into this area, spit it out, grab a Yoshi, spit out the other Yoshi, if we get enough height off of that. Let me think about this. What we actually need are 2 springs, but let's see if we can actually get a continuation through here, because if you kind of jump out of this position, you know that you can place the spring down below, and that will get you up here, as long as you don't bounce around too much. Then you can grab that and the P down below, and then continue with an extra P switch. Which means we can do this. Yeah, we know that's a safe position. We furthermore know that at this point we can go over to Thwomp and then grab this item as well, and then we'll have 2 items available on the other side. Doesn't mean we need to get rid of all this stuff. That's okay. Now, do we have a column to jump through? We don't want to land on top of the P. That's the thing that we need to be aware of here. What we actually want is we want to drop the P here. And then spit the spring across and escort both items. Okay. Yeah, this is what we've been going for the whole time. It's just that we needed to... Whoa. Come on. That was threatening for a moment. Okay, uh-oh. Now this is a problem too. Yeah, this is actually a bit of an issue. So I actually needed to keep that. We're in trouble. All of a sudden. Yeah, this is the problem with Maker 1, is that the wall bounces. It really totally throw you off. And of course now the P is in a position where we can't use it either, because we don't want to drop the P over there, because we can't actually pick it up. Okay, we can still try this series of interactions. I feel like we were onto something there, almost. But that isn't the intended strategy, but it might be possible. Yeah, exactly. And I can definitely see some alternatives to it, but it looks promising, so we'll do it. Anyway, let's open this up and go around. And again, if we take the spring through with us, and we go back into the same position, okay, that's fine. I mean, that's half the fun here, right? It's just to see what kind of things I try that are a little bit off the beaten path. And then, yeah, we can spit the spring over, we can jump off Yoshi over here, or we can just despawn the spring. Yeah, we can just despawn it, whatever, it'll come back. We'll just despawn it. Okay. Now let's go through here. The intended solution is a lot less janky than what I'm trying to do. Oh yeah, that's usually the case. That's usually the case, and we're accustomed to that. Now, here's the thing. This is the thing that we've been trying, or talking about trying for quite some time, and we didn't actually do it. Oh. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that we'd have headroom problems there. Yeah, I guess that hits the spike pretty easily. Try to do it that way. Try it anyway. Yeah, no, it actually does not do well. I was wondering about that. Well, I'm not a precision player, so I'm not going to try that, but we... can take this across. I mean, I just want to see if this works as well. If it's not the intended solution, that's okay. I mean, we're going to have a second version of this to play with, right? So we can maybe try to find the other way when the time comes. Particularly if something has changed such that this solution no longer works. Oh, no. I was just trying to do a... Oh, come on. I was just trying to do a high tongue grab there, and I didn't realize I was sitting on top of the door. Okay, that was unfortunate. Yeah, I was just trying to grab this with the tongue. Alright, let's do something else. Unfortunately, this does get me into a much bigger reset. That's okay, let's just save 170 seconds and go back to where we were. You can't remember whether or not what I'm trying to do is possible in the second version. Yeah, if it's not, we'll try something else. So. First time you've seen anyone try this particular cheese, I know. I mean, you probably haven't seen this in many, many years, so let's assume that much of this hasn't really been looked at recently. And I think it looks like a totally valid alternate solution. It's just that there are some choke points in this that are just narrow enough that it might be tricky to set it up the way I want to set it up. But you can see what I'm trying to do here. If we can get both items far enough without despawning them, then we'll go far. But before we do that, yeah, we'd have to get this down further. Let's not die to this. But if we just escort everything, then we'll try this. And we'll just try to make it through this way. Send both items over. Yeah, now again, the sort of single column that we had dropping down on top of the spring, that is a problem later. Maybe. But we'll worry about that later. Let's try to repeat the interaction once again, and just try to do it successfully. Yeah, and since we're going to see the second version, you know, even if I don't do the intended solution, you don't need to tell me what it is. We can still try to find it. We better get rid of this guy. We've got a little bit of time to work with here, so let's be careful. And we might as well just get rid of all this. What we can do too, yeah, we don't want to go through here yet because we can't come back up. So we do want to leave the P-switch up here first, hopefully in a position where it won't be unobtainable later. We'll have to grab it on the way up at the top, I guess. Now, can I stop drop this so it doesn't bounce out of the way? Whoa, that's a terrible bounce. Oh, no. Oh, no, we lost you. Oh, come on. Yeah, that was unfortunate. That seems tricky, though, because, like, basically that little trap there... Yeah, basically, if this has the Maker 2 wall bounce, this completely works. But we do not have the Maker 2 wall bounce, and so when you have something that's 2 columns wide, that's still not a safe location to drop an item. And so that's one of the problems that we've been running into here. And yeah, well, we might as well try something like this. Oh, no, we don't have Yoshi. Okay, hang on. Okay, so you can take the spring back with you, or you can take it forward here. Yeah, this is almost certainly just an easier P-switch for us to get at this point, but we're going to try this anyway. I like exploring the alternatives. But I feel like the exit is what we think it is, that we just need to get up the thwomp. That looks like it's carefully designed to be kind of a Yoshi gate, where you want to escort Yoshi to the finish. It just makes sense to me that that would be what it is. Maybe we can make it happen. And yeah, I sort of wish we could hit this without running into the spike, but it's surprisingly tricky. I kind of want to try it again since we know that Yoshi is going to be trapped in a safe position, and since we did get rid of the piranhas. It's just that we don't have the camera position to really see what we're doing here, but we do have the camera cooperating. And it's almost possible... Oh, come on, this guy just... We need to get rid of him. And then we lost a piece. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. No, hang on. Yeah, you come out at a crouch when you jump. That's one of the issues here. I don't think that's possible. Which is too bad, because it really did look promising for a moment. But without something like a Shellmet, that protruding spike is just too much of a problem. Okay, let's try to make it back to where we were. Yeah, there isn't a good way to do a soft drop on top of that thwomp, that's the thing. So this level might be pretty well defended from the thing I'm trying. Because you can't just disembark with Mario at that point. Unless you take damage first, which puts Yoshi at risk of being crushed. Unless you fall down that column and try to avoid hitting the P-switch, but I don't know about that. Anyway, let's drop this over here. I feel like this is going to be necessary. Regardless, the thwomp is just too perfectly placed for that not to be an intentional grab. Because the idea of carrying that trampoline forward just looks too much like it is intentionally placed. It's just a little too perfect, you know? And the P-switch, not so much. The P-switch, it does look like I'm trying to break something, but... what we can do... yeah, the problem is... what we can do is we can actually drop something to the left over here, and then pick it down below. Yes, in fact, that would be how to do it. You drop something... no, actually, because it's one block too low. So a lot of things that you thought about in advance said this is one block too low, and because of that, you can't actually grab it with Yoshi from that other side. I really did think of everything. Let's see how we'll do this. Because yeah, again, the wall bounce here is awful. And I don't know if there's a way I can kind of get back up here with Yoshi. Or we just need to kind of do a soft drop perfectly, and it doesn't look like we'll be able to get that. Because this just sends you a little bit too low. Yeah, you see? It doesn't work. But we have an extra P-switch, so that might be useful still. Because having the extra P-switch allows you to run across the muncher bit later. I don't think we can get that back at this point. Because even if you come back here, I think we had established that this doesn't give you enough height. This doesn't give you enough height. Too bad. Wonder if we had something else we could drop on top of it that's not the P. That's fine. Let's say we take a P-switch here. Then we can go back through here. I mean, we can come over with a P-switch right away, and then we are kind of in the same position that we are in normally. I'm just taking a look at this to see if there's any other point at which we could grab the spring from the other side, but let's say we get an extra P here. Am I sure I'm not missing anything obvious? Oh, I certainly am missing something obvious, but we've been kind of having tunnel vision for my sort of janky, unintentional solution for a while, so... notice how if you hit a P-switch here, that it actually does kill the chomps if they are, you know, in a position where you can kill them. Because... no, it doesn't. What am I talking about? But you can go through like this. Oh, wait, no, never mind. It freezes you here. Okay, so we wasted that. Well, this is still kind of part of the standard progression, though. And yeah, Awesome Brendan, I know you're going to respect the spoiler policy. We trust you. Okay, so let's say you take the P-switch back here. Then you're in basically the same position that we were in much earlier in the level, where you have P-switch and potentially one additional spring. And then you can take the P-switch over... oh. Yeah, let's think about this, because yeah, I'm just gonna short one item the whole time, and which, you know, is how these puzzles are structured. Let's think about this for a moment. Take this. We do need to cut through here every time, even if we do take this back, which, again, is probably not the way to do it. I feel like there was a second trampoline later in the level that we could have used, that I'm maybe not remembering, as we keep focusing on this one. That seems like it's going to be a little out of position. Hang on. Yeah, it's very unfortunate that we don't have the kind of Maker 2 wall bounce here to just clean things up for us. But that's just a game. Alright, let's just take the standard path first, and then... Because we considered a couple of things at this point. We've considered, you know, whether it's maybe grabbing a second Yoshi egg, where we've seen a couple of opportunities to do that. And whoops. And through here, as you can see, if we actually had a second item to work with, like if you did an additional stack here with, you know, P plus P or P plus spring over here, you could actually bounce over here, grab this, and then continue. But actually, that leads to an interesting idea, which is, yeah, you see, this thing is never going to spit with enough room to sort of deal with it properly, but looks like there is some kind of intentional Yoshi run over here, though. So, for example, if you escort a second Yoshi, I really feel like it is going to be something escorting a second Yoshi here, and that we can probably still do it. We'd have to take an item with us. Or would we? Well, let's see where I can change Yoshis. We know it can come back here with a P-switch, but not with a P-switch and a spring. At least seemingly not. We know that there's a reset for Yoshi. Where was the nearest reset for Yoshi? Not here. The next one requires us to go all the way through the interaction. Yeah, we're going to try this little thing every time, of course, in case it works. But the timing, again, never works. So let's once again go back to restoring Yoshi here. Yeah, the idea is that we should have had an additional item available on this end. Now, we might know how to smuggle a P-switch here, but let's grab the egg first, which is the thing we've been trying to do all this time. Now, we've got to be pretty careful with this, because now we have issues with going through the piranha plants, perhaps. We don't really need to go through the piranha plants. Now that I look at this, we just need to survive long enough to get over to the thwomp. Hang on. No, we're actually okay if we don't do that, right? If we... Or is it a conveyor belt that's just below here? I think it's a conveyor belt. Yeah, I'm just thinking about, you know, where Yoshi's drop location is going to be. And then we can also do that. Except we're going to have some problems here, because we don't want Yoshi to run, do we? On the other hand, if we drop through here, hang on. Let's just run Yoshi over, okay. Then we get two Yoshis over in this location. And if we spit the egg, that's fine. If we spit the egg after we get on Thwomp, we're actually okay. Because at this point, we'll be able to grab the spring, still. And we'll be able to grab the second Yoshi. And so the question is, if you have two Yoshis, you can drop the second one. But... whoa, no, that's bad. That's bad. It's gonna get crushed. No, it's not actually. It's just gonna stay in egg form. Yeah, no. We needed to shoot that accurately. That's actually what I'm going for. We have a way to do basically two Yoshis plus spring on the right side, and I think we can actually do it. I think it's possible. And we don't need to mess around too much on this side, too. It can happen, although obviously the piranha plants can be a bit of a nuisance. Oh, hang on. Let's get a bit of a run this time. Yeah, so we loop through this. We loop back to the reset door that gets you the Yoshi egg. We take two Yoshis and a spring over, and I think it will work. If I've thought ahead to how we're actually going to use the second Yoshi. We use the second Yoshi because if we have two Yoshis available, then one of them can just sit around instead of taking damage, and then we let the first Yoshi die and allow we use the second one to grab the P-switch. But then that just gets the P-switch. It doesn't take me further than that, so that's still going to be a problem. Yeah, this is going to take a little bit of thought. Okay. Let's eradicate everything here. Drop this guy down. So the thing I'm thinking about, and I'll try to demonstrate this in theory, is... Look at this wild bounce as we get off this stuff. Hang on. That we drop one Yoshi here. Just drop it normally. And without taking damage. Then we take damage on the second one, which then gets into the run. Like this. Oh, no, Divine Check. Divine Check makes this not work. Yeah, okay, no, that's the reason it doesn't work. It's because there's a massive Divine Check over here. I didn't think of a Divine. So even if you get down to a Yoshi... If you get to this point with a Yoshi, you actually get into trouble. Unless, of course... Unless, of course, you use that conveyor location that traps an object to send an object over onto this side. Like if you have something that's dropped on top of the conveyor that you can then grab. If you have a Yoshi that you can manually walk with at the arrow, then you walk with it to the left. You know, just kind of sneak in there if you can, or push it. Then you can grab that object and then you can bring it over. The problem is that you still can't get it through here because of the Divine Check. You can't throw an object through there or anything. I think you just need some way to grab this P-switch. And I don't even know what you do with it at this point. Other than up throw here, perhaps, and then do the kind of P-jump into spin jump that we talked about much earlier. Very difficult to see how else that's possible. Unless it's P-jump through here. No. So the end sequence I'm looking at is like this. P-switch is here. Somehow survive with a Yoshi and an extra P-switch. Like with a previous P interaction. Like the P that you get coming out of the pipe. Which didn't give us nearly enough time by the looks of it. Then you use this P-switch. You up throw it here. You follow it into this location, using Yoshi. You would lose Yoshi, but then you'd be able to spin jump on top of the thwomp, and then we'll see if there's some kind of Yoshi check after that. I imagine there would be. Like, I feel like the object of this level is to survive Yoshi. Whoops, missed it. That's okay. No, that's unlikely to be what I actually need. So let's wrap back around to that second piece which we saw earlier, because I feel like that's still looking the most like the intended solution, which, you know, for all that we care about that. let's go up. Yeah, we know how to grab the spring again from over here. We know how to trade that spring into the P-switch going into the next segment. We know all these things, but... Oh, that's okay. What we don't have is some way to get over here. I mean, no, if you're holding a spring... yeah, the problem is that we don't know how to activate the other P-switch while still holding the trampoline here, because, as you can see, everything is kind of lower by one block, and so you can't actually get it. There were a lot of things here that considered, even in this first version, that I might try to drop objects in weird locations and try to pick them up from the other side, and so, you know, it's specifically prevented in many ways. So you try to do this, for instance, it doesn't go. Anything up here? No. Didn't think it was likely. So let's say you take this P-switch. I mean, if you reset through the left area, you would just get back into the same P-switch plus spring problem, which does not really help. Because you come through here, and you can get the P-switch, you can get Yoshi down. But then Yoshi doesn't make it anywhere near that later location where he's supposed to go if you don't already have a P-switch active in this location. So let's say you head down. There's nothing. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. This is just a safety location for Yoshi. Yeah. Tricky. Oops. Because, yeah, that gets rid of Yoshi and then doesn't come close. I mean, you know, this is on the assumption that this is also just going to be the exit, which may not actually be the case, but I think it will be. It just looks much, much too suspicious like a Yoshi gate. It's set up specifically to look like a Yoshi gate. Now, there's a shell that we can carry with us at some point if we want to jump with the shell. Previously, used the shell to jump in a particular location. If we use a spring there instead, and then wrap around with the shell out of that segment. Like if we make it all the way over with a shell, then we can jump on it, but again, that's a little bit of trouble. Let's say you have a P-switch going into here. Oh, then that just gets you up there. Okay, yeah, never mind. I'm trying to think about how to chain the two P-switches together such that we, well, have an extra P-switch, essentially. Have we considered this area carefully enough? This was the bit with the hammer, and this is the bit that gets you back to checkpoint, if I'm not mistaken. Because you can do all this. Yeah, this is just a bit that gets you back to checkpoint. That gets you a shell, potentially. If you take a shell back here, what does that get you? Not much. Oh, whoops. That was accidental. I put my gamepad on my lap and it hit the trigger. That was Silly. Okay, let's see. We have a spring. We know how to continue through here. We know how to continue with the spring through here. We don't know how to get any additional items through here without running into trouble with breaking things, making them unattainable. Let's actually hit this stuff. Just skip around it later as needed. We know how to get back into the second Yoshi egg, but we don't know how to use that really. Yeah, because Divine Check actually kills a lot of the idea that I had in mind. Oh, okay, that's fine. If we had a spring in this location, though, and then we had a ship top, we'd still need to get far enough to go over to the damaged location. Oh. Oh, come on. That's a lot of time spent on this one. Let's go back. Okay, so we know how to trade up to the P-switch. I'm not convinced that that's actually what we want to do. Because we don't know how to keep P-switch plus spring. If we learn how to keep P-switch plus spring, then we're certainly in much better shape. For example, if you enter the other section with a P-switch active, then you go through it. Let's take a look at this again. This spits you back much, much earlier in the level if you go to the left side. That's the problem. Before the whole thwomp drop. Which doesn't help. Because if you wind up to the left of the thwomp drop and you happen to have the second P-switch, then what can you do? You know, even if you let the second Yoshi hatch, you can still escort two Yoshis. And you can use two separate Yoshis to escort two items. Maybe that's the way we should be thinking about it. Maybe, because I'm thinking about how, again, you're going to run into a massive item gate at the very end. Where I guess if you have one Yoshi carry a P-switch over here and one Yoshi carry a spring, and if they both come up here, you know, the conveyor belt kind of lets you conveniently park a Yoshi while you're dealing with the other one. Then one of them uses spring, one of them uses P-switch. You activate a P-switch, then you escort the Yoshi with the spring in his mouth over, which is what we're trying to go for. Yeah, actually, this is a new idea here. Use two Yoshis. So if I'm using two Yoshis, what part am I worried about? I'm worried about the thwomp drop. Because the thwomp drop is kind of a one-way gate of sorts. Where we need to be pretty clear about the positioning of the Yoshis relative to each other in order to jump from one to the other. I think I have an idea. I think I have an idea now. We just need to escort two. Yeah, I think I know how we might want to do it. I was so fixated on grabbing the Yoshi egg all this time, I didn't think about how having a second Yoshi available would actually give you a second item slot, essentially. And that's actually how we should be thinking about it. It's that we grab Yoshi over here. The whole purpose of grabbing Yoshi is then to have access to a second one. we ideally want to grab the egg so we can just get out of here cleanly without having to, you know, jump Yoshis back and forth or something like this. Or, you know what, we can probably just push. No, we can't, because if you're on Yoshi, you can't push the other one. Okay, no, we need to wrap back around and do it again. Hang on. Because here's the idea. That we do grab the Yoshi egg. We don't even necessarily need that Yoshi egg. We can do it with the one down here, maybe. But we want to activate this stuff first. But I think it's easier if we do it with that one up ahead. But then you'd still need a P-switch. And every time you do a pipe transition, you would lose the Yoshis, right? But then the idea is that you would have like a spring here. And then instead of sending a P-switch across, you send Yoshi holding a P-switch across. And you have a second Yoshi that can grab this one. And... you know what? We're going to reset the timer for a moment to try this, because then I'll actually have time to try it. So the idea is that we're going to grab the egg and we're going to keep 2 Yoshis. And it should be the way. Do we want to activate this stuff first? So we kind of do. Let's also lower the swamp. Yeah, we don't want to take the Yoshi down here because we almost certainly need to drop him at some point. What we can do, however, is... come on. Down. Take this. Remove all this. And take this. Yeah, we'll try to escort 2 Yoshis over here. One with a P-switch, one with a spring. And once we do that, let's try not to eliminate too many of these coins, first of all. Yeah, that never works. I'm gonna try it every time anyway, just in case we can cheese it that way, but it looks like that's definitely specifically something that the level's trying to prevent, so... okay. We grab the egg right away. The egg is too conveniently placed for an egg grab to be anything else. And then we're going to escort 2 Yoshis. By going like this. Not like that. I'm trying to grab the piranha here. Wait. Are we within range of it? Oh, no. We were within range of the one down below. Okay. Yeah, we were within range of the other Yoshi. That... you can't do that. You have to... get out of range of the reset Yoshi in order to do this. Which is unfortunate. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because we had to reset Yoshi on camera, which was a nuisance. That's okay, let's just grab this. But we got a mushroom out of it, which is interesting. In case we need to, you know, break any blocks from up top. Actually, it gives me a damage boost, which... if we get a damage boost off having a mushroom, that might open something up for me here. That really does open something up for me, because then we can just get on top of the swamp in the ending. You know what? Let's just do it. Because this is not how I expected this to go, but I think it's possible. Oh, no, come on. Now it's not possible. Let's not start over. Okay, I had an idea. It's just that we had this, execution mistake just going around that corner, and then now we are in all kinds of trouble. I feel like that's definitely not intentional, though, where you kind of get within range of the double Yoshi to get the mushroom. I mean, we're going to try the 2 Yoshi solution first, but if we get into the mushroom solution, I think that at least allows me to scout that thwomp that comes down later and see what kind of gate it is at the end. Because it has some possibilities for us here. Yeah, because we'll spawn that Yoshi up top. Doing it with a damage boost is cheese, so yeah. Well, no, I assume so, because, it seems like the mushroom is not something that's... I mean, I've rarely ever seen that as an actual puzzle solution. Probably because, isn't it just a Maker 1 thing as well, to have the double Yoshi give you the mushroom? I feel like that's a Maker 1 thing. And... unless I'm misremembering. Like, once you're over the 2 Yoshi limit. But anyway, that's a possibility, and if we really can't get to clear any other way, we'll take a look at that. But we'll try to map out what we can do with the double Yoshi first. And get 2 Yoshis to escort 2 items, which was the original idea that I was going for before we ran into the surprise mushroom. No, come on. Alright. Again, Maker 1 is going to be Maker 1. Let's run this Yoshi over. Let's grab the other egg. Yeah, the other Yoshi is too precisely placed to really suggest anything else. Like, it's just much too convenient that this Yoshi is placed exactly where it needs to be for grab on your way out the door if you're facing left. If you're facing left. Never mind. Maybe it's not that convenient. Let's do it again. Hang on. Okay, let's wrap around the whole sequence again because we didn't face the right way. I've seen a candidate solution for quite some time at this level, it's just that the way we get there has required quite a bit of adjustment. But I'm pretty sure I know where the gate is supposed to be. Candidate location I've been looking at just is a bit too promising. Definitely some of the ways that the player is blocked off here look very well put together in terms of just barely preventing most of the stuff that I've been trying. Even in this version, it does seem like a very well-tested level in that sense. Okay, we face left, then we grab the egg. And then we don't scroll the camera down yet. We take it down this way. We hash the second Yoshi. Good. That's good. Now, one Yoshi grabs this. The other Yoshi is going to go back for the P-switch. We are going to not lose Yoshis to the swamp. That's one of the worst things that can happen to us here. Other than just straight up despawning. Are we going to straight up despawn it? Let's... hang on. I think we need to keep the Yoshis together just in case. No. That dismount. Okay. Yeah, getting back to where we were takes some time if we just blow an attempt like that. But yeah, and we can't do any pipe transitions if we're going for P-switch and spring at the same time because we can only take one Yoshi through at a time, obviously. So it has to be a P-switch that is from this zone. Or a P-switch that we take with us back to the... No, it has to be a P-switch just from the zone, because the zone transition going in here is the one that gets to second Yoshi. So, it has to be that P-switch. That's on the left side. If we're doing it this way. I'm gonna go for the most convoluted solution possible. And the level is probably much simpler than what I'm trying. I mean, it's not like you're going to re-upload this at this point, so... We'll do everything we can. We'll make sure we grab the next egg accurately. The possession of too many channel points is a daunting thing. And... you know, I'm going to read that whole message, Dervish Advisor. The possession of too many channel points is a daunting thing. I am not piquing my interest in Shakespeare, nor do I have reasonable levels to play for you. It is quite a conundrum. Even in vain, the imaginary number taunts me. What is it for? I hope Maker 3 features Master Chief. I feel like imaginary numbers, if they were implemented, would actually break quite a lot of things here, unless you were going for some kind of, like, Leonard Euler tribute level or something, but... Okay. Let's see. Well, we don't have the Shelmet to be Master Chief, unfortunately, in this level. Mice run fast, coming in with a party of 63. Oh, the cult has been growing steadily. We've been on this puzzle level for quite some time because we're trying to, you know, find a real exit, and I've died to so many execution mistakes doing this level from 2015 as we try to find some way to get across. We've considered a lot of possibilities. Several of them look like they're not what the maker intended, which is, well, pretty much what we expect. Yeah, we need to save both Yoshis here. It's going to take quite a... Well, like I said, that was exactly what I was afraid of. It's just that I thought I was going to jump slightly further. We were live for 12 hours. Wow. So... I assume that your cult is way past the actual main story at this point, right? But I don't know how much, you know, kind of post-game dungeon retread content they added when they expanded the game, because I haven't actually looked at the patch notes or any of that. Because, yeah, I never played Endgame for Cult of the Lamb because I just played it through the main story and the main final boss. But, I mean, if you were at it for 12 hours, you must be quite far along. What I'm trying to do is cheese, but maybe it will still be possible to beat the level that way. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Because I see a very, very clear possibility. And I think it works. Like, I'm thinking about the different roadblocks. You recently picked up Zelda 2 now that your final exams are over. Yes. By Zelda 2, do you mean like Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, or do you mean Tears of the Kingdom, which I, for some reason, thought you'd already played? Because, I mean, if you had a particular collector's cartridge of Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, that's you were looking for. Oh, picked it up or just started it on Switch Online? Oh, you mean you just started it, and okay, that's a different interpretation of events than what I assumed. I've actually never beaten Zelda 2, but it's not a game I know well. I think it's probably the mainline Zelda I know least, other than, I don't know, Triforce Heroes, which I haven't played. You started on Switch Online, yeah. I actually did kind of give it a retry on Switch Online a couple of years ago. When Switch Online launched, I actually just didn't get very far. Okay, so I'm gonna try this. Come on. Alright, let's go down this way. Hit the P-switch. We've been here so many times at this point. Usually hitting some kind of execution mistake at the end of that. Grab the egg. Egg goes down here. Okay, and then we keep this in view. It should stay in view on the camera. Let's not jump back and forth too much. Let's grab Yoshi just for safety's sake. Keep Yoshi on camera over here. Okay, this is much safer. By the looks of it, we've just run directly over. Now we escort both Yoshis. Now the trick is going to be on top of the thwomp later. That thwomp is potentially a problem. And also we need to get around this safely. Which is non-trivial because of all that. So, hang on. Yeah, actually, let's go back. And then we need to get rid of as many of these piranhas as possible. The easiest way to do it is to grab the fire one and eradicate everything else. Good. Much better. Then we open this gate. Without despawning the other one. We'll just send everybody down. Spring is on the left, P is on the right. Spring is on the left, P is on the right. And then what we can do is load both Yoshis down. Use the spring. And then we need to send both Yoshis forward from this point, which... Can we do it? We'll find out. And then this Yoshi will grab spring again from the thwomp side. Let's move it over slightly, just in case we have any issues. You're being told you're just about to reach the difficulty spike in what is reportedly Nintendo's hardest game. Yeah, I don't know if I've heard about it described as specifically. I mean, I guess it really depends on what kind of content you include in a calculation, whether it's just the hardest one to finish to the end credits, or mean something else. But okay, so this is actually a slightly tricky bit here, because we would need to... yeah, actually this gate is a problem, slightly. We need to be really careful about dismounting. No, hit the ceiling. Yeah, anyway, that's what we're going for. You see, we keep trying these things, and they look really promising every time, and then some of the obstructions to alternate solutions that Tetrapteryx probably didn't even imagine at the time, some of the obstructions are actually very meticulous in terms of just predicting things that, you know, you didn't even know I would try 9 years later. Like, shockingly so. I mean, some of them just are seemingly inconvenient. Like how, you know, the notorious one just being certain things being impossible, or at least very difficult because of the Maker 1 wall bounce. But anyway, let's go back down here again. Let's try it. Yeah, I don't even remember how far I got in Adventure of Link, but like I said, it wasn't terribly far. Whereas it's probably because I was insisting on doing it unguided as well, which even with Zelda 1 is a bit of a tall order in some ways. You definitely tested this level more thoroughly than your previous 2 levels, but Sean Sharkey managed to find cheese in it anyway. Yeah. If we don't see the cheese that you're thinking of by the end, you're quite welcome to tell me what it is, just because you did fix it in the later version, so it's not something we would see a second time. I've been working on my alternate solutions for so long that I have actually not even had my mind on what the standard solution could be for a long time. But obviously there are certain rooms here that we're not really even using when we're doing it this way. Yeah, so the 3 spikes later on are a problem. So the question is, am I able to manually send some objects over to that point or not? Well, first of all... Okay, no good, that didn't turn into mushroom. Obviously the mushroom would be a way to cheese it as well. If we turn Yoshi turn the egg into a mushroom, and when we use that to clear the next location, that would obviously be a way through if we wanted to just get on top of the thwomp. Assuming there isn't a Yoshi check on top of that, like, you know, munchers that we land on the other side or something, which is entirely a possibility. Okay. Let's try this again, except we'll handle it with care this time. Because until we got to those 3 spikes, we were looking okay, and then suddenly getting 2 Yoshis across at the same time looked difficult. I've already found more than enough cheese. Oh yeah, I mean, you know, when I'm just working on something for a while, I'm bound to see something unintentional. It's just a way of things. It's a 2015 level, no fault of the designer. I mean, you know, the state of puzzle playing is itself changed quite a bit since. Yeah, so this little bit here, we need to figure that out, like how we get across. I think we just get one Yoshi across and then jump back a standard way to grab the other one. We don't need to overcomplicate it. Like, if we can just get across here and then just run across to grab... Nope. Trying to go off the edge there. Nope. Maker 1 hitboxes. This spike is actually a little bit bigger than I think it is. I was just hoping to jump back across. We're breezing through some of the early ones too. I feel like we've been on to this one for like 2 hours or something. But we will run through this again. Now I could get back to that first Yoshi as well, but then you'd almost certainly have to lose it past that point, so... because of all the conveyor belts gating this part off. Oh, wrong way. That's okay. Got it. I mean, this spring here looks very much like it's part of the intended solution, like I was saying. But then, you know, this is asking you to have the P-switch. And if you have a P-switch basically late enough... Well, Yoshi's still going to take like over 10 seconds past damage here. I mean, let's watch the clock when Yoshi takes damage on the fire bar and then count how long it takes for him to cross the bridge. We will still activate the other one, of course. 422. Oh, let's not get too late here. Yeah, no way does he make it across by 412. Oh, yes, he does. So basically, we'd need to hit the P-switch as late as possible, perhaps, and then maybe that would actually work. Like, if you just use the second P-switch and find some way to get Yoshi across very, very late. Like on top of the letter P or something. I don't know about that. I feel like that's much, much too tight. I feel like it would fall directly into this pit at that point. Well, we're going to try... You know, one thing that we could do is Yoshi plus Spring to get through the bit with the spikes. And then you can just kind of get them both across. Yeah, well, let's go back and see. What am I even holding right now? Oh yeah, Yoshi, of course. Yeah, that's right. And that's fine. We'll... Oh, no. Okay, we'll try the mushroom cheese. I didn't intend to do the mushroom, but since we have the mushroom, we'll try it. This was not how I intended to play it, but I realized too late that I stood too close to the other Yoshi again. So if we don't die here and we don't take damage, then we're actually going to damage boost on top of the swamp later. And then try to get out that way. And if we get the clear, we'll just take it. I mean, you know, we're going to do a new version of this later anyhow, so... Oh yeah, this is going to be a problem. No, it isn't. Okay, let's be careful here. Obviously, we have a damage buffer just from Yoshi. And then we can take this over here. And we just climb, we get over to the P-switch, and we'll just get on top of that swamp. Yeah, no way is this intentional. It depends on something very esoteric about Yoshi logic. But then we can actually see if this is the exit. And it totally is. But is there a muncher check on the other side? Some kind of Yoshi check? Only for the higher point in the goal flag, so... Yeah, I mean, that's obviously not the intended solution. But it's actually easier to execute it that way than trying to do the 2-item Yoshi escorts. Like, much, much easier. So, we'll take it. I mean, we saw that solution a while ago, it's just that we didn't focus on it because it was obviously not the way, but... 86 minutes past checkpoint, and it took us a while to find checkpoint too, so... We'll take it. And like I said, we'll be back in this one with version 2, so, you know, we'll get a chance to look at it again. But yeah, feel free to tell me what the shark cheese was. And yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm glad I played it. You know, we got to show you a bit of a new experience and teach you something new about your own level 9 years later. Almost. Well, 8 and a bit. 8 years, 2 months-ish. 2:33 clear on this. That seems very brisk. And yeah, Polysaw grabbed all the early records here, it seems. We're going to keep going. I mean, we didn't get very far today, but we will try to do more if we can, and if you can't stay, that's okay. We'll always keep the VODs around too, so. But I think I can afford to run pretty long today, so we'll do at least one more and hope that it doesn't take us 2 hours. But it's going to be another find the exit, so for all we know, it may actually take that long. Let's see, Mario's Spiny Caper. Sean Sharkey managed to do a frame-perfect jump off the conveyor belt to make the jump without requiring the P-switch or spring. Okay. Yeah, I was not going to be able to do that. And I can see why that would be the kind of thing that's missed during playtesting. Yeah, because I look at that location and I thought that is not something that looks doable. But it's pretty clear how that would be a skip. But yeah, I'll think about it. We'll try to demonstrate... I mean, you know, if you haven't seen this cheese before with the Yoshi reset locations being used to force a mushroom, which I found pretty much totally by accident, I'm sure it's something that probably works in a second version too, but we'll try to find a cleaner solution for the second run later. And, you know, very likely, if that was the cheese, you would have changed something with the conveyor belts layout anyway. And we didn't even get the true ending. So, let's take a look at Mario's Spiny Caper. Depending on how this goes and how long it takes, maybe it's the last one today, but we'll find out. 4 clears today would be maybe a little less than I hoped for, but as I said, I knew I'd probably have to set aside probably about a week for your levels. And yeah, no, I'll do them in order. I don't really I'm not under severe time pressure today or anything. So... Oh, we didn't really explore the opening. I do see a P-switch in that next area. Let's take a look over here. Yeah. Arrow telling me that there's going to be something over here. P-switch location, probably. We do see a P-switch possibility very soon. We also see that I'm not going to be able to grab that shell, but... You know what? We'll take this back with us. Oh, I want to try something. Oh, hang on. No. Never mind. I was trying to displace the Koopa with the P-switch. Like if we... No, it doesn't collide. I didn't think so. But Maker 1 surprises me sometimes with things I don't know, so we always have to check. You were hoping to go to bed before tomorrow, but it's important to you to watch these live? Yeah. Well, I mean... I'm glad you're that committed. At the same time, I totally understand if, you know... things get a little inaccessible for you, just given the times that I already run. But since we got such a big raid from Mice Run Fast, I am encouraged to run a little longer, especially because I am able to do it today, which is not always the case. Speaking of which, I don't think a P-jump will get me nearly high enough, but... No. That's fine. I just wanted to check it. I bet we can get on top of to find the exit text, too, to see if there's anything interesting over there. I mean, Arrow here strongly suggests that I should be thinking about flight, so let's think about flight. And, oh, something on the left. Let's check it. That's... Okay, that's the reset point from the false exit. That's pretty clearly the case. So, we'll go up this diagonal. This level has a lot of cheese, so I'll probably be able to skip some parts. Yeah. That's perfectly fine. Let's try to make this angle, though. And then that's going to be a bomb location. That's fine. This means we'll do this, and then let's see what this spawns. Mine? Yes. Thought so. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. I wasn't sure how to read that, but as you can see, there's a checkpoint there. So. Find the exit. Yeah, so I did need to slam that P-switch, but then we just need to learn how to read all the indications after that. This might be worth exploring eventually, but we'll go back first. Mice Run Fast, yeah, puzzling has been going well. I was wondering if Cult of the Lamb was treating you well. And if your numbers in that game have been swelling. I mean, you must be pretty deep into, you know, post-game rerunning the dungeons or anything by this point, if I would guess, if you ran for 12 hours or what have you. Puzzling has been going slowly, but we did manage to get a cheesy clear on a level from 2015 using something very, very obscure in some ways that I don't think I've ever really seen as part of an intentional solution. So that's alright, we'll go ahead, we'll grab checkpoint, we'll see how the looping structure of this level works. Yeah, don't need to slam it. Okay, and then what's up here? Cape, and up the steps, and let's see where we go here. Been trying to 100% it? Yeah, good luck. I never saw a lot of the later content. That's... Okay, it looks like there's quite a lot here that's not breakable. Everything on the left here really strongly suggests... Whoop. Oh, whoops. We actually want to break that open and fly it, I think. Okay. Then, break it this way. Then make sure we float across so we don't break everything. Yeah, there's a lot to do now with the new update, I would imagine so. Yeah, I got as far as beating the one who waits, but that was just within the 1 week free trial on Switch Online, so I didn't continue past that point. And did it fairly efficiently too, I think. But I didn't know there was a population 20 requirement or something at the end, and we were actually a little under that at first, but then I pretty much cleaned that up with one additional day cycle. We just sort of mass spawned more cultists to work with. So I'm guessing, well, I mean, we lost flight over here, and of course we don't want to just outright kill the Koopa, but we can always spawn more. Interesting. This door looks like it resets through here. This... Oh, okay, okay. I didn't realize that because we didn't look that far down in the camera. That's okay, we're at checkpoint though. Seems like there's a fair bit in the first section that we just didn't see. Maybe we wrap back around there eventually. And yeah, this is just a little bit of a maze segment. But it looks a bit, although I kind of suspect that it's something like a big shell that cuts across here. Which is an idea we've seen in an earlier level already today. You know, that the big shell can cut across to give you a flight location for something like this is sent over here, which we won't need because we have a vine. And then this is where you can... oh, there's going to be another checkpoint over there. It seems like at this point we could actually just take damage if we whip the side, and then... if we took damage, then we could just jump across. But... like if we do this, and then go through here, we just hit checkpoint 2. And... it seems like we skipped a fair bit as well. And yeah, mice run fast, gotta grow to cult, that's what cults are for. I skipped part of it before CP1, yeah, because it seemed like there was a first section that you were maybe expected to do with the P-switch initially, but anyway, I mean, we still might fall into the false exit trap, so let's not get too complacent here, and let's not manually reset, because I do want to continue from checkpoint 2 if we can. Oh, whoops, yeah. We kind of need to do one... wait, no, we can just jump through that. What am I doing? We don't need to fly into it. We can just jump through it. The things we miss. Okay. Let's not lose to this guy. And then we have a spiny hat gate over there, and then we can pop everything here if we want. That looks like a slam with a cape. Let's leave the spiny hat in case we can use it. Oh, whoops. Let's jump a little sooner. Slam. And then... yeah, we probably should open up these pipes as well, but we'll worry about that later. I mean, we can also just open up this gate. Bust everything open. It looks like we are probably at the top of the screen at this point, though, so... doubt if there's anything else. Let's go down. Okay. Let's float. Oh, no. Looks like we actually needed to float this bit. That's okay. Oh, we could have gotten a cape feather notification as well, which I think we need to do. Wait, are we able to get out of trouble here then? Maybe we need to go out this reset location over here. Yeah, and then there's a spiny hat location after that. Keep looking. Yeah, I do see one thing that we missed there in the bottom right corner. As far as a spiny it goes. We'll eventually have that. Might be easier at this point to... well, we'll get the cape feather first, but then it would require P-switch, but then we already busted through the later segment that gets you up to the spiny hat, so it's actually not too bad a reset, from what I can see. Yeah, because when we grab the cape feather over here, you're not completely sure you remember what this level's intended solution is. Yeah, I mean, that's alright. Intended solutions? What are those? We don't do that around here. Whoops. Okay. That's right. Maybe one of these will give me a feather. And it will. Love how you've got fish there, too. We'll obviously check every pipe, and actually, having an extra shell available, with being able to just pick it up, was unexpected. But... how do we even do that? Didn't expect to get to pick up here earlier. I guess if we get the helm peeled first, like as we're standing here. I don't even know how I picked up the shell, huh? Interesting. I feel like you're probably not supposed to do that. And then, yeah, we know how to get through this. We could do the slow spin through here, actually. That might be better. Because... positionally... no, that would still lose there. But then this would get you still into the wrong location, because you need to keep the spiny hat in this location. Yes. And then that allows you to bust through here and fly your way up. Probably. Yeah, so you need to keep the spiny hat going this far. We know where there's a star, though. We just don't know how to keep the star for long enough, because that's a little ways off. But we can whip the star to the correct location, perhaps. If we can find it again. It was so far back at the level, though, I actually just don't remember where it is. Oh, whoops, we got up here again. That's not where I wanted to go. Yeah, we need to take damage in a particular location. And of course the feather is taking a while to come back. Okay. Probably gonna time out before we find it. Because, yeah, this just loops around again. I don't think there's anywhere else you can go with it. Unless there's a... Oh, no. Yeah, we actually just needed to do the soft landing. Because... I can just demonstrate. Hang on. Well, this attempt will be blown, but... Because I feel like we could have kept the helmet through that. And if you do it correctly, like if you just do a soft landing as far as possible, then maybe we have enough invincibility for him to get through. But I won't be able to test it on this attempt with the time that we have remaining. And then, whoops, no. You know what? Let's just reset from checkpoint. It'll be faster that way. We get back into Spiny Hat and Feather quickly. And then we just need to break a lot of things again. Literally and with reference to these obstacles. Right, okay, so no, this gets you down to checkpoint 2. We should remember that. I didn't even look at that. Was there a limit on a clock in Maker 1? There wasn't, but early on, until late October, there were no checkpoints in the game. This is after the checkpoint patch, though, obviously, because we have checkpoints. Also, Bonafide Pirate, it may just be kind of specific to this level set that we've been doing, because, you know, these have been long mazes that are kind of designed with the expectation that you're going to max out the clock. And we've been doing that. You know, even a clear check path is going to be pretty lengthy. Some of these. So yeah, we can bust this open anytime we want. We don't need to do it right now. We'll slam this bit. And open this gate for later. And we'll go down here. Nope, that's not going to work. Unless you land really, really late and get up there right away. Like, it looks like this corner kind of kills it. Unless you sort of fly up into this location with like a second flight after you land initially. Or you used a star that we saw much earlier in the level. It wasn't this level, right? Like, I'm trying to recall. I was sure we had a star. It seems like it was really far back. You were thinking that on another recent stream? Yeah, I mean, I also just play long puzzles. And yes, I actually do, in many cases, really take my time to try to experience as much as I can. We do bonus content, we do alternate exits, we spend way too long trying solutions that are clearly not the ones that are intended. We've seen that quite a bit today, in fact. Now, we did see previously that there was a way to carry a shell with me. How I did that, I'm not really sure. I think we actually did kind of need to lose the first helmet. But I think I was also, you know, hit in a particular frame. There was some way to do it anyway, and I don't know if it's something I can replicate. We need to find a star regardless, and I think in order to do that, we actually need to go back to... Well, there's no way to get down here from this part of the level without going through that whole segment where you lose the helmet again. But we know we can get the helmet from checkpoint 2, so we can just go back there and do it. Yeah, it feels like we needed to do like a spin flight here at the end, where you just kind of do a landing that gets you invincibility frames, and you run again, and then you spin, come up here, and then you go left, and then the spin flight might give you something, but you might lose the helmet out of that, though. I feel like it is doable at that point. with just a helmet. I mean, we saw it as star, though, and we've seen enough of these puzzles that involve, like, really kind of using the whole level to your advantage. Such that it might be a case of whipping the star into the appropriate location. And it's such a long run back there, though, that I find that kind of unlikely. Just too far away from everything else. If we go up... Oh, we actually had it. We had it that time. We just bumped my head into the very end. We absolutely had it. I easily had enough time to work with, in fact. From what I was seeing. We should definitely have had enough frames to do that. Okay, so if this is just an execution barrier with flight, let's just try it and try it again until we are convinced that it isn't the solution. Wait for the fish here. Something fishy this way comes. Yeah, it absolutely looks doable. Yep. Now we run this bit. What do we spin through it? Can it go up continuously? Yes, it can. What am I doing as cheese also? Okay. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not sure what you intended in the first place, if that was not it. Oh, look at that. We should try to get on the cloud. I don't know if we can actually get that far. That's a lot of spinies. Yeah, because I mean, that's the solution that presented itself. It's just that you kind of need to know about flight, which... Well, that's the thing about Super Mario World and the Cape, is that a lot of the mechanics are either you know them or you don't. And somewhere in the level there's a Yoshi that allows you to cross the spikes without taking a hit. Wow, okay. I mean, I guess that we might have found it if we had bothered to explore. I might actually save this one to look at offline then. So we can route it out properly. The Perplexing Pow Palace. I bet we can do another one today. That was quicker than I expected, probably because we, skipped so much of the level. I don't even mind going through it quickly to see what parts we missed. We have a solution. We just might not necessarily do a clear, but we're kind of on it anyway. And although, yeah, there's quite a lot to get through to get back to checkpoint, I suppose. Yeah, because there are pretty significant parts of the level that we just didn't look at. I recommend saving the Perplexing Pow Palace for some time when it isn't so late. Oh, you mean it's like super, super long? Well, we could do it tomorrow. If you think, 0.63 on this. 759 record. By, if that's the Emily that I think it is. I presume yes. But if people don't know who we're talking about, that the artist who drew the paleontological illustration for the 6YMM video. Temple of Golden Keys, and Chico Mola sucks. Yeah, we can start Perplexing Pow Palace tomorrow, perhaps. So, okay, you know what? Let's look at Spiny Caper and just try to look at the rooms that we missed, because, we'll only have a limited opportunity to do that. And we'll see. I mean, we have a good viewership today, so I kind of am encouraged to continue, even if it means we wind up having a mega stream. So let's just look at this quickly and see what it is we missed. This location. Because if you have a P here, yeah, that actually looks like it's a vine down here then. And then so you kind of need to hit a P on a timer here to open this up. And grab another P. And then, whoops, oh, I was hoping you could do that, but if this would kindly get back down. I feel like you could totally just take a P switch across that if you did an up throw and just took it across. Oh. Do this. We should have just, you know, hit the second P, I suppose. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen so much. But... And that gets you across here. But you can use this shell over here. And then that gets you over here, and then got a star from that point. On the other hand, you would have to bring a shell over here. Yeah, okay. And that eliminates a fair bit. But not enough, obviously. Interesting. Well, that's what a second shell is for. No. Hang on. Let's try to get some more shells here without bumping them into each other or dropping them down below. Oh, okay. There we go. Let's be careful here. Then, oh, no, hang on. I want to send that one down. And then we would just come down here, and then that gets you over to the cape that we saw before. Okay, and we've seen this area. So that's not new, this bit. So, the only thing we did differently from that was just take the P-switch back to this room, right? Because that skips everything there. It doesn't even cheese, I mean, it's right there up for grabs. It's just part of the level at that point. Okay, let's see what we missed in the second segment, just to take a look. Oh, whoops. Never mind. Yeah, we won't spend too long on this, obviously, since we did find one solution, which apparently was how this is often played. We've seen this part, so let's just go back and do it my way. And see which section we just didn't look at. Yeah, because there's no reason to do any of that stuff up front if you just find a shortcut here. It's very much available. Anyway, this is the part where we follow the arrows and try not to fall. You know what? Let's just fall in this way. Okay. Nothing? Okay. Just checking. And then we did a big skip between sections 1 and 2, right? Because go through this. I just want to see where Yoshi is, that rumored Yoshi. I just see that there was a big section that we didn't really even look at in the next area. And then how would you do this any differently? Yeah, we never went through that bottom right. Oh yeah, because we skipped through the piranha area, that's right. So there was something else that we didn't see on this side. Probably with a shell, or... oh, nope, just with all this. and all this. Right, because that's with the star. And the Gooba shell. Right, because the one time that we did come here, we fell through the fire instead. Whereas this looks like a shell location, for sure. And it would only be a shell location because you're trying to escort the star all the way over, I bet. And if you escort the star all the way over, then you can cut through the piranhas. Is that what I'm seeing? That still doesn't reveal a Yoshi, though, because the... Yeah, because I think the only reason we'd want to get the shell over is to maintain uptime on a star for as much as possible, so then you can get down to the piranhas here. That's how I'm understanding it, anyhow. And then past that point, well then whatever the Yoshi must be past checkpoint 2, because this looks like the checkpoint 2 interaction. That you just grab the star and then go through all this. Or actually, you don't even need to escort the star necessarily. What you would want to do is just grab the star and then just make sure you have this guy available. So you don't get log jammed all the way here. Then, yeah, you don't want to hold the star when you're... Whoops. Doing that, but... idea would be that you cut through this way, and you hit checkpoint 2. Okay, so that would be the intended solution. Where on earth would there be a Yoshi? We're not going to spend too long looking. I'm just going to probably just wrap around this once or something. I mean, you know, you do get to loop back earlier in the level, and maybe that gets you somewhere promising, but... Oh, there was also that entry pipe past checkpoint 1 location that we never looked at. So... well, we will see. Also, I'm holding a P-switch here now, which I didn't have before. That's okay, we'll try not to lose it to despawns. Oops, lost a helmet. That's okay, we'll grab another one. And we despawned the P-switch, so never mind. Vaguely remember what a Yoshi is. Oh, whoops. And then once again. That's okay, we slammed it this time. Oh, we really slammed it this time. Let's get that pipe within view. Yeah, I absolutely don't see where it could be. Because we've combed over this level pretty carefully, and we know that this loops you back around to the fake exit location. I did see, yeah, you see to the left over here, where you see the pipe, followed by the hard blocks there. And that looks like something that we didn't previously experience. Like... and then this door down here as well. That looks like something we didn't see. Yeah, I know. I know I can look at the editor. I just wanted to see if it's something that we can kind of find organically. Because if not, then it's not surprising to me that nobody else would have found it. We're not going to look at it too long here live. We're just going to probably hit timeout or take a death and call it quits from there. But I do want to see if this is something that is particularly discoverable. Can't really go this way, although if you jump on top of the mole, then yes you can, I guess. If you jump on top of the mole and whip through. And then of course we could look at where the checkpoint 2 segment was as well, or checkpoint 1. Just looking at where some of the hard blocks were located. Yeah, because there's this whole area here. We knew what was above that. Yeah, this was just the initial entry point. Whoops. Oh yeah, this is a problem. That if you have the spiny hat, you just straight up break that. Tells me that that's probably not going to be progression past the spiny hat. The pipe to the left over there. Hang on. Let's just try to go up this way. Yeah, because the spiny hat breaks all kinds of things. And you know, at the checkpoint 1 location, you've got tons of hard blocks that are located there at the staircase. So that's got some potential. We need to get back to it, though, and we can't get back to it if we don't have this particular vine block. However, you can whip it with a cape. Or can I? It was over to semi-solid, right? I think I can. No, I can't actually, because it's over that one block. So we would need something like an up throw with a shell in order to do it, which would mean that we come back through here. And we just kind of whip this, and then, whoops, no, with the helmet. Like if you kind of jump through here and whip it without... Oh, no. We're going to time out, but I want to see if this is doable, because the thing that I would check, if we had a presence mind to do it, is... Yeah, the thing is, if you whip it, then this would kind of send it over. Whoops. Okay, that's right. We'll take a look at it some other time. Maybe. Probably just look at a maker mode offline. Well, we can stay and we can try this, but if you would strongly prefer to watch it live, and if you would prefer to watch it tomorrow instead, we can just accommodate you and start perplexing Pow Palace tomorrow. I usually run till the 4-hour markish anyway, so it's just that, you know, I can stay longer today if you're able to, and we do have a decent viewership. You prefer that I save it for tomorrow? Yeah, we can do that. So we'll just walk away with a meager 4 clears for day 1 of your set, which is alright. It's about the pace that I expected. To be honest, I think we had... So you made about 20. We had recorded 4 previously. I think I had it in my notes that we had 16 to get through, including 2 versions of Stand By Your Dinosaur. So we have a lot to see. 4 in 1 stream is actually not too bad. I mean, you know, we did have to concoct our own original solutions a little bit, and who knows if anything even close to that will work next time around. But we got some clears, and it's been a pretty satisfying start. So we'll see what we can do about it. The intention is to continue tomorrow with about the same start time. And I'll try to run this as much as I can over the next week. We're still doing Maker 2 on the weekend, probably. And my personal schedule's been a little bit erratic lately, so we'll see how many days we can realistically put in, but I am hoping that in a week's time we'll be through the list one way or another. And yeah, we'll definitely, you know, look at Spiny Caper a little bit and think about what the solution that was intended could be for Stand By Your Dinosaur, because we're just kind of slightly off the whole time, and who knows what it is I missed. So yeah, no worries about a lurking bona fide pirate. That's very much an intended part of the experience. And we will continue this next time at the request of the maker. So, thank you so much for joining me today, and especially for the massive raid from Mice Run Fast, who brought the whole cult along after sufficient indoctrination. And yeah, I know you folks only basically got to stay to see one solution. but hopefully that was reasonably entertaining. So we'll pass you on somewhere else. I'll scan around to see what that could be. And until then, all of you, have a wonderful night or day or whatever it is in your time zone ahead of you. We will see you soon enough with even more mega puzzles and mega cheeses, if we're lucky. Thanks for watching, and until we meet again, have a wonderful time making, playing, watching, experiencing, whatever. And above all, fare thee well.